Recording in progress.
I'd like to call to order the Parks and Recreation and Human Services Public Safety Committee meeting to order. It's 5 p.m. on April 14th, 2026. I am Les Sessoms, Chair and Council Member for Federal Way. And to my left is Council Member Lydia Asefa Dawson, who may have to leave early for a previous engagement before the meeting concludes. And to my right is Council Member Melissa Hamilton. We also have Council Member Jack Walsh, Council Member Linda Kochmar, Council Member Martin Moore, and Council President Susan Honda. I'm sorry.
Bless you, I thought you were going to sneeze.
Yeah. I need to play that off better. But Council Member Honda, or Council President Honda, I welcome everyone to this meeting. We don't have anyone online since we are present and accounted for. But we do have a super long agenda to discuss tonight. I want to thank the members of the public for being here, for your attentiveness to the issues at hand. We are going to start off with public comment. It looks like we have two people from the audience who have offered public comment. As the mayor would say, the best part of the meeting. I'd like to invite Mrs. Karen Brigado to the microphone for 3 minutes of public comment. Welcome.
Hello, welcome. I am Karen Brigado. I'm a 30-year resident of the Twin Lakes area, and I'm talking today not just as a concerned citizen, but as a Parks Commissioner. We have something new that we would like to introduce to this committee. It will be read actually formally during the City Council meeting, but it is a letter, and we wrote this, and I would like to read it to you today. Dear Honorable Council members, we are very fortunate to live in a vibrant and growing community here in Federal Way. The diversity of age, race, ethnicity, and religions is truly an asset for our overall community as we embrace the future while also honoring the traditions and the customs of our constituent populations. The month of December is traditionally a time of celebration and reflection for many cultures and religions. Examples include Christians and those associated with Christianity celebrating the birth of Jesus, Jewish people observing the Festival of Light known as Hanukkah, Buddhists honoring Bodhi and the achievement of enlightenment, Muslims observing Oshura, African Americans celebrating Kwanzaa to honor family, community, and culture, and it also includes the naturalists celebrating the solstice and science through natural spirituality. Municipalities throughout Western Washington have a history of allowing communications, displaying of learning, expressions of ideas, and many seasonal icons on public property. In Federal Way, the lone seasonal display on public property is the holiday tree and the lighting ceremony at Town Square Park. In 2023, I remember Michael Camp Smith, the then chair of the Parks and Rec Commission, came before you. He requested holiday displays on the park's property, and this request was not acted upon. So we asked the City Council, this committee too, with the January 2026 Religious Freedom Proclamation in mind, to reapproach this request. Publicly honoring the unique cultures and populations of Federal Way demonstrates that the City Council's commitment to diversity, and inclusivity. The Parks and Recreation Commissioners are fully supportive of appropriate holiday education displays of religions and cultural symbols on city property. All costs for displays would be encumbered by the approved organizations. No city funds would be used for any aspect of approval of approved displays. So we wish that you would further have this go, and we also provide a listing of religions that are accepted by the Department of Defense. So that is what we wish for the council today. I will be emailing everybody a copy of this letter, along with the proclamation, the DoD listing, and any other supportive materials, as well as a sister city that's up north that also has special events that include this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Brandon Moak to the microphone.
Hello there, my name's Brandon Jenkins Moak. I've been here before, and I'm here a little bit differently tonight. I've been here before representing the Federal Way Symphony, of which I'm a past president and current board member, but I'm also a member of the Arts Foundation Federal Way Board. As such, I present a little bit of a unique combination in that I'm one of the people helping create art in the PAC through the symphony, but I'm also one of the people helping raise money to support the artists and the vibrancy of the PAC in general. I'm here tonight to support the PAC and their amazing staff that has really made the last year the best year of using the PAC that the symphony has ever had. I'm also here to support the PAC, and I just really wanted to make sure that you all know how much community support there is for arts here in Federal Way, but especially at the PAC. And we're really looking to you all for, leadership and support around arts here in Federal Way. There seems to be a smaller pool of people attending a lot of the, especially resident artist organization events. And it's, as Federal Way has grown as a city, the number of people actively volunteering and attending the arts has gone down unless they're free or very, very affordable. So one of the things we're asking for is, your support and attendance at these events, but also help to make sure that we can keep making access to the arts affordable for everyone. And when they are free and affordable, they are very well attended. But as many of you know, putting on any performance costs money, and the PAC has overhead that has to meet too. So, I'm really here to support the PAC, all the positive work that's going on there, and just to make sure that we keep the positive momentum we have at that building, but also for art in the city moving forward. And I do think that that's going to involve needing more subsidies for the resident artists. It's also going to involve probably more support from the city for arts in general. But I think we have good momentum going there, and I just want to be a part of that discussion. And I just want to thank you for all that and make myself available to any of you if you want to talk about the PAC going forward. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moak. I'd like to invite Craig Patrick, Mr. Craig Patrick.
Good evening. My name is Craig Patrick. I'm a resident here at Federal Way since 1996. I am speaking on the topic of N on the agenda, the flag policy review. So we've been raising the flag here in Federal Way, the Irish flag, for about, 6 or 7 years now. And this was the first year that wasn't raised. And there seems to be some kind of residual effect here. The Irish community is a little bit despondent. They don't know what to make of that. They're biting at me, asking me what's going on. I'm trying to let them know that we're in negotiations right now about this. I think there's a lot of opportunity to have this freedom of expression, maybe not so much city-oriented, but to be supported by the city to a certain extent, given the area that we're looking at. We have a diversity commission, or we have a diversity community festival happening in August. And last year, we had an Irish organization show up because they were impressed with the flag raising. This year, they were a little bit ambivalent about coming to the community festival because they didn't know if they wanted to be, participate in a city where we're putting, stopgaps on flag raising. This organizations contributed over $1,000 to the city when it comes to the Diversity Commission Festival. We did twist some arms. They are showing up. This is going to be a conversation we're going to keep having, I'm sure, with the Diversity Commission and with the City Council. I'm just a citizen right now, so that's how I'm speaking as a citizen, someone who's put on the flag raising with the Irish community. We had really good responses from the Federal Way Mirror about that. There was a lot of good write-ups. It created a lot of buzz, a lot of participation, and a lot of exposure to bagpipes and different kinds of dancing and stuff like that. There's more cultural people coming to the PAC. They had the river dance come through the PAC recently. You know, this wasn't on their radar until they saw that the Irish Heritage Club was supporting organizations like Federal Way and the flag raising. So the point I'm trying to make is with the lack of flag raising, it's created a ripple effect of where people don't want to be involved, they don't want to come to the city, they don't want to spend their money here. They'd rather go somewhere else where they feel like, oh, at least they're doing something about it. It doesn't have to be a full-on flags up and down the main drag, as long as we can have a spot, and I think there's a really good spot over on 509 and 320th, or 509 and 312th. There's a little rectangle spot there with a flag. It's not very big, it's by Lakota Middle School. The city owns it, and I don't know if they want to work with organizations where they can rent it or have a condition of use for like 30 days or 2 weeks. But I think it's something to take a look at, and I hope we can get to item N quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patrick. Question from Councilmember Hamilton.
Craig, can you just confirm, were you speaking on your personal?
Yes, this is Craig, I'm just Craig Patrick.
Okay, so
Yeah.
not for the Diversity
No,
Commission?
no, but the Diversity Commission has a festival in August.
Okay.
And I know that there's organizations that have shown up there in the past, and they were asking me, like, well, what's going on with the flag? And I said, I don't know, you know, it's in negotiations right now. They're like, well, maybe we don't want to go to Federal Way and spend our money there. Maybe we want to go
Yeah.
and support another city that's doing something like this, so.
I just wanted to know if you
Oh.
were speaking as yourself or
No,
as
just
the
Craig
Diversity.
Patrick. No,
Okay.
no, that's all, just
Thank
the
you.
guy that's coming
Only
here.
because I knew you were on the
No,
Diversity
no,
Commission.
no, the Diversity Commission, I don't know what they're doing. That's
Okay.
my story, I'm sticking to it.
Thank you, Craig.
All right. Moving on to committee business. Item A, approval of the summary minutes for the March 10th Parks, Recreation, Human Services, Public Safety Committee. I'd like to call for a motion to approve the minutes.
Also move to approve the minutes from March 10th.
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. The motion is passed. That's okay.
4-0.
All right, moving on to item B. We are going to have a presentation from Commander Hodge about the flock camera update. Welcome.
I'm Casey Jones. I'm one of the deputy chiefs. I'll be handling the flock issue today. Starting late last year, we began tracking requests from federal agencies to access our flock data. And I get monthly reports on that. So far, we've had zero. No request from federal agencies for flock data. And we do a monthly audit in the computer system to see which agencies have accessed it, and we haven't had any. That is all.
Question.
Are there any questions? Councilmember Hamilton, and then Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Jones. I have three questions. When did the Federal Way PD start using ALPR cameras?
ALPRs, we've had them for 15 years or so.
Okay. And how many stolen vehicles have been recovered due to ALPR cameras?
Hundreds and hundreds.
Okay.
Sometimes one particular officer would get like 3 or 4 a day just driving through these are the ones mounted on our top of our police cars. The officers would drive through a parking lot and at like an apartment complex or a business complex and often recover 3 or 4 stolen vehicles and get them back to the owners every single day.
Okay. And then just for a clarifying question, is Flock a vendor brand name, or is that the generic term for the technology?
That's the vendor name, although some people might apply that unilaterally as far as
Okay.
generically.
Because I just wanted to be, I wanted to just clarify that, because we have stationary cameras that we call flock cameras, but then we also have the mobile ALPR cameras on top of the vehicles. And so I just wanted to clarify that, are we referring to both of those as flock cameras, or are we distinguishing?
Distinguish between them. We have shut off our ALPR cars because we can't make them comply with the state law that says we can't use them in certain places. There's no way at this point to geofence around, for example, the protected places such as a church or a school or healthcare places.
Okay. So we're turning off that technology, but we're leaving the stationary.
Our stationary cameras are the Flock brand, and they
Okay.
are not aimed towards sensitive places.
Okay. All right, that's all. Thank you.
Let me correct the record. Councilmember Asefa Dawson, go for it.
Okay, thank you so much. I do want to focus on the immigration one. In the Federal Mirror, I think March 25th, the data shows that of the 1,019 arrests by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, reported in King County in 2025, at least 25 arrests are listed as taking place in Federal Way, according to data from the University of Washington Center of Human Rights. And I just wanted you to maybe talk about that, if you know anything.
We
And
have
they
no
may
no-
not have coordinated it with you, and I do understand that.
We have
but-
no notification about that. If they're doing something here, they've never called us to ask for help. We haven't interacted with them, to my knowledge. Yeah, we haven't dealt with them. We haven't been notified of any operations they're doing here, and they haven't asked us for help. Of course, we would say no, but we haven't got anything from any of those
Okay.
agencies.
Yeah, I think I wanted it to reflect that we do have, activities have happened, but they didn't ask for help, is how I'm going to assume what happened. So, okay.
Okay, Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, and I definitely, I wouldn't expect ICE or any entity of that group to be communicating with local jurisdictions. And so I do firmly believe that, when our federal police department says that there's been no coordination, you guys aren't aware, because they're not communicating with you guys. So I definitely, I respect that. But it looks like without communication, without coordination, it looks like, according to the Federal Mirror, that, and according to data, that ICE is in Federal Way. So first I want to thank Deputy Chief, the Chair, and our Chief for putting this on the committee. I do think that there's value, even if it's this simple, of just getting updates on who's viewed it and who's not. I know that in the report, it does say, see attached audit report for March 2026, so I don't know what that is.
Isn't it not attached there?
It's not, and I think my vision, Deputy Chief, was just, is it feasible just to kind of get a list of, here's who's accessed it? You
Yeah.
know, because I want it all on the table. Here's who's accessed it, and I wouldn't expect to see ICE on there, because like I said, I trust that, but my mind is going towards who's touching that.
One of our records managers gets that for me every month.
Yeah.
Reviews it, sorts it A to Z to see any of the agencies listed on there.
Yeah, and I think it'd be good just to kind of get that, and I don't expect to spend much time on this. Maybe it's an email to the entire council. I don't know what the will is, and, we can talk to the council president or the chair about this, but I think for me, as one policymaker, I think it's really important that, we're equipped. Now, I also want to pause for a second and say a future thanks, because I know you're going to give us a little tidbit on the flocks and that whole system. And because I know that some of us get questions in the community, and I want to be able to be confident and respond to those questions. And look, I think it's a good tool, the flock cameras. I think it's really imperative that if we expect our officers to do a job, we need to give them the tools to do the job. So I think that's really, really important. So I guess one question that's kind of come to my mind is, can third parties that have relations with Flock, that may also have relations to the federal government, can they access the flock camera data
They would be opening themselves up to criminal or civil liability if they did that.
because of state laws?
Yeah.
Got it. And now, is there data that shows that? Do you guys have, is there that type of activity going on?
That wouldn't be able to, that wouldn't show up because if you work for an agency that has flock and I'm a federal agent, I say, hey, I need you to try to look up this something for me.
Yeah,
Then it wouldn't show up. It would just show up as you would have to give, you would have to log into the system, give the reason you're doing the search, give the case number, give all the specifics related to it so that it can be tracked later. There is an audit trail for every search done in Flock. So if you were to do something that was outside the law, that you'd be opening yourself up to criminal liability, civil liability, all kinds of stuff.
now, what happens if, like, let's say the FBI wants to check it? Can they have access to the flock data?
The FBI does not have access. No federal agencies have access to ours right now.
Perfect, okay.
And we only share in-state.
Got it. So only anybody within the state of Washington can access it?
Only
That's a law.
agencies within the state.
Exactly. That's a law enforcement, like
That is a.
police department.
Mostly counties, cities, and state patrol.
Got it. Okay. And I think shifting away from this and talking about what Councilmember Hamilton mentioned, LPR, no, what are they called? ALPRs. Yeah, I do think that's something that we should be talking about as a council because, and I assume you're going to be tracking it more. I do worry of the.
No, they're shut off.
No, I understand. What I'm saying is I do worry that we're going to see more car thefts. I do worry that the data will go up in a direction that we don't want it to go up. So I assume that's what you're going to be tracking, or at least I hope someone's going to be tracking those numbers. And I guess a question about that, if I may, is they can be stationary. They cannot be on vehicles because you don't know where you're going to be driving towards, if you're going to be driving to a sensitive area or not. Is there a discussion in the PD or in the city of, okay, if you can only have it stationary, here's where we're going to put it to mitigate, what's coming from the state, but to ensure that we're addressing our challenges here.
What's the question?
So are you guys looking at other stationary areas that you can maybe put those cameras in?
We have a project going on right now, the council approved last year of a new location for flock cameras, in addition to the ones at 320th and 21st. We're looking at putting some near 320th and I-5. That's a project now. I believe it's in permitting with Public Works.
So, and with the cameras on the vehicles, is there a discussion of moving some of those cameras off the vehicle and into more stationary areas and other
No.
that meet the criterias?
It's separate types of hardware, completely different hardware.
Oh, interesting.
The ones that were mounted on the top of police cars would not work at a stationary location.
I see. Okay. Yeah, I'll put on record that I am worried, because I know it's been a great tool for our city, it's been a great tool for our law enforcement officers, and I think we need to be, I hope we can track the data that can show that there's absolutely a need for this.
We're fortunate that auto theft has gone down.
Yeah.
Although we do like to get, the cars back to people, working families when their car's stolen, we like to get them back. This will be impacted a little bit. It'll be impacted.
Yeah, and that's what I'll be watching for, so thank you so much, Deputy Chief.
Councilmember Walsh.
Yeah, first off, just, I'll get you in just a second, Casey. But I think that from my understanding, what the mayor reported on the study from UW, is that there were 25 arrests of people whose residents were in Federal Way. It did not specify whether the arrest took place in Federal Way or not.
That's what it says.
Oh, it said that the arrest itself took place in Federal Way? Okay.
Hold on, I'll go back.
So, and while you're looking at that, with the ALPRs, do you know if the vendor is working on technology that will allow geofencing so that we would be able to continue to use it, but with the safeguards that are required by the state?
I have asked our police department rep, Casey Cruzy, to look into that, to look into geofencing. It may be problematic because of all the different places that are protected by restricted by the law. there's new ones that might, a new church might pop up here, and a new healthcare clinic might pop up here. So I think it would make it really hard to do geofencing. But then again, Google Maps updates pretty frequently too. Maybe they could use that kind of data. I don't know. But we have asked our vendor about it, see if it's even possible. I'm sure they don't want to lose all of Washington
Yeah,
to the legislation.
okay. Yeah, I mean, it'd be great if that was able to be worked out that way. So, all right, thank you. And did you find anything in the?
Yeah, and what I read, sorry. Yeah, it says 25 arrests are listed as taking place in Federal Way.
Taking place, okay, all right, so I misunderstood that, so, okay. All right, that's my questions.
All right. Councilmember, did you have a question?
I did have a question. Just wanted to ask about the blue lights, what are they called? The ones that were, like in shopping areas?
The
And-
camera trailers we have,
Yeah.
those are not license plate readers on those.
No, I understand. I just wanted to see how effective they are and if we're still using them, that's all.
We love those things. The business community loves those things. They are hard to maintain. I think of the 8 we have, I think 4 of them are working right now. We're working hard to get them back up and running again because they've been good for us. It makes the hotels, retail, hospitality, just, they love them.
Oh, that's good to hear. Because there's been a comment during public comment at one point where the residents felt like it made our city look like we're a crime infested or city kind of thing, so,
But even if we took ours away, still a lot of businesses have their own too, so
no, I
they're
don't
still
want
going to
us,
be here.
I don't want us to take them away, but I was just asking to see how effective they are.
Our hospitality people really like them. They call frequently, and sometimes they argue about, okay, I want it this week, and another place wants it this week, and we kind of have to prioritize. And
Thank you.
Councilmember Honda.
Thank you. Are we the only state that have the restrictions on the ALPR cameras?
I don't know. I can say that I haven't heard of any other states having the restrictions on them, but I don't know for sure.
And have you noticed an increase in car thefts since we've turned the cameras off? Or have in other cities around the state?
Our vehicle theft has been trending down since the
Right.
reinstation of the pursuit laws, so we'll look to see if it starts creeping back up again due to the no more mobile ALPRs, but we'll keep looking.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Kochmar.
Thank you.
And then Councilmember Walsh.
Thank you. I want to transition a little bit, if you don't, with your permission, Chair. I just want to ask a quick question. It's been bothering me. How are we doing in the 320th Pack Highway corridor, especially around Safeway there, with the Booker House now being there and the retail theft that has occurred at Safeway, and there has been a vehicle theft from that parking lot. I'm just wondering whether crime has gone up, has gone down, been the same. I'm just wondering how we're doing in that corridor.
I don't have the specific crime stats for that reporting district, but I do know that it is kind of a hot spot for us. It's very visible to the public. There's a lot of retail businesses that we'd like to protect there. So we are there frequently. Our special operations unit goes through there frequently. It's on their daily routes. And we get called there from the different businesses that have security. And we, can respond when they find a crime in progress. But we're also there just for walkthroughs and for extra patrols, because
Yeah.
it does appear to be a hotspot.
Sure, I'm just worried about losing Safeway because we've lost so many grocery stores in the Federal Way area, because of the theft and the crime and upper management making a decision. So I'm just worried about that corridor and that Safeway.
Yeah, our officers realize that that can be an area where there can be crime, and they are there frequently. We don't want to see any more businesses closed down. We don't want to see people leave the area, and, if you only have to walk 2 blocks to go to the grocery store, then at Safeway, and it closes down, now you have to walk 5 miles, or you can't walk, or you need to start using the bus. So we certainly realize the impact it can have on families, and we want to our officers want to keep places open.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Chief.
Councilmember
Yeah.
Walsh.
Hey, just going back to the stationary cameras, or the mobile, the blue light, one.
Yep.
You say that there's problems with maintenance on them. Is it because of vandalism or anything, or is it because of what's the main type of challenges are to keep them going?
Mechanical and electronic. A couple of them have been vandalized, and we get them fixed right away, but some of the other ones have been more persistent, involving electronics, involving the solar panels, and the switching over of the generators that are inside.
Okay.
We've worked with the company for warranty fixes as well.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Yes, just a couple comments. I would encourage the police department to start tracking the numbers of recovered vehicles prior and post this law going into effect, with having to turn off the ALPR in particular cameras.
The numbers, those are tracked, I just don't have them in
Okay.
front of me, right? I wasn't prepared to talk about it.
Because, the law can be amended, just like the pursuit law was, and I think having data will be important. I just don't want to see our trend go in the wrong direction. We've been recovering a lot of stolen vehicles, and stolen vehicles has gone down, and I would hate to see that trend not go in the direction we want it to go in. And then also, I think it's probably important for the public especially to understand that it's my understanding that we turned the AOPRs, the mobile APRs, off immediately because the enforcement mechanism in the bill was if they were even maybe accidentally misused, an officer could be charged with a gross misdemeanor and put in jail for 364 days. Is that correct?
That is correct. In addition to the typical civil fines that may be levied, there's also officers could be charged with a crime, a gross misdemeanor, just like you said. Yep.
Okay. So that's why we have turned off this tool immediately.
All right. Looks like there are no further comments. Thank you very much, Commander Jones.
Thank you.
Or Deputy Chief Jones. We appreciate your time and your service. I'd like to invite Commander Hodge to the podium. Welcome.
Thank you, Committee President, committee members, Council President Honda, and council members. I'm Thaddeus Hodge. I'm commander with the police department. I'm sorry, your names threw me off there. I was looking at Moore and seeing Honda there for a second. Kind of threw me off. The subject matter today is Officer Wellness Grant for 2627. Policy question: should the City of Federal Way submit a proposal to receive grant funding for officer wellness and authorize the mayor to execute the associated agreement? Options considered: approve the proposed grant and accept of the grants if awarded. Option 2, do not approve proposed grants and provide direction to staff. The financial impact: the grant to the city from the Washington State Criminal Justice, CJTC, would be $60,560 to be credited to the police department budget line item. There is no cost to the city to receive these funds. The background information: the primary mission of the wellness program is to enhance the holistic well-being and sustainability of officers, civilian employees, and their families. The program's objective is to address the mental, physical, and emotional health of police department employees and their families by organizing intentional wellness opportunities that foster connections and strengthen relationships. Federal Way's wellness program includes several key initiatives designed to enhance health and well-being of the department. The wellness program focuses on healthy snacks, active individuals, peer support teams, and includes a mental health provider who trains the peer support staff and is available monthly to provide mental health assistance to employees. A wellness newsletter was recently launched that includes healthy recipes and highlights educational and healthy-related activities available within the city and community for the employees to participate in. Increasing the mental health providers' presence will foster great familiarity and comfort between the department members and the provider. This in turn will help build trust, allowing individuals to open up when needed and reduce stigma associated with seeking mental health assistance. Are there any questions?
Councilmember Hamilton.
No questions. I just wanted to say I appreciate very much that both sworn and non-sworn personnel get to benefit from this.
Thank you.
I have a question. So the request is for $43,200. If you divide that by $225 per hour, that comes out to 192 hours of training for the peer support team. Do you think that's adequate? Is that enough?
I'm sorry, can you say that fund again? Was it 43,200? You said that-
$200 divided by the $225 per hour for the mental health professional who will provide the training. So if you divide that by those numbers, you come up with 192 hours. To me, I think, well, I have no reference, but my question to you is, do you think that is going to be adequate for the training that needs to be happening?
Oh, definitely not, no. I would love to have double that, but unfortunately, we are able to bring her in once a month. It's going to depend on her availability and the funds we're able to provide. If I could double that and have her here twice a month, I would do that. But unfortunately, we don't have the funds in our budget to do it, so we do rely on the grants, and they can only give so much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councilmember Honda, Council President.
Thank you. It talks about all staff will have access to a gym. Is that the community center?
No, ma'am. There are actually 2 gyms that the Wellness Fund has given equipment to. The one here in the City Hall, or it's right down there, for all city staff to use, and there's also a police, department-only one that's down there across from Federal Way Schools on Pack Highway. So the Wellness Fund has bought equipment for both those gyms for everyone to go and enjoy.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, is there a motion to forward the proposed Officer Wellness Grant application to the April 21st, 2026 consent agenda for approval?
I move to forward the proposed Officer Wellness Grant application to the April 21st, 2026 consent agenda for approval.
Second?
All right, it's been moved and seconded to forward the proposed application to the April 21st consent agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say nay. All right, the motion has passed. Thank you very much, Commander.
Thank you, sir.
Item D, interlocal agreement between the City of Federal Way and Federal Way School District Number 210 for the School Resource Officer Program for the 2025-26 school year. Welcome back, Commander.
Thank you, sir. Like you said, the subject is the approval of the interlocal agreement between the City of Federal Way and Federal Way School Districts. This agreement is for, as you noticed, the 25-26 school year, which is our previous school year. Unfortunately, it got lost, so we are just now presenting it. I should have presented last year, but we still want to get it approved and assigned. Option to consider, approve the proposed interlocal agreement. And the second one is do not approve the interlocal agreement and provide direction to staff. Financial impact. The Federal Way School District Number 10 will pay 73.9% of salaries for 5 officers, SROs, assigned to the schools in the city. 73.09 represents the ratio of 180 days worked under this agreement to a total of 250 days worked annually by an officer. Adjustments to the calculation may be changed based on reduced officer deployment or increased labor costs paid by the city due to labor agreements. Background: the Federal Way Police Department has partnered with the school district since 1997. The interlocal agreement will provide 5 SROs to the district, 1 for each of the main high schools in the district for the 25-26 school year. Representing Federal Way PD and law enforcement in general, SROs have embraced the opportunity to provide interaction with youth. They focus on keeping students out of the criminal justice system when possible and should not be used to attempt to impose criminal sanctions in matters that are more appropriately handled within the educational system. SROs undergo state-required training and must be fluent in current social and law enforcement issues that impact schools, students, and youth. Oh, are there any questions about the SRO program?
I do have a question.
All right, Councilmember Coachmark.
Hi, Commander Hodge. I was here actually in 1997 when we first approved the SRO program. And at that time, there was a lot of controversy over it, and it was about whether or not it would be effective or not. And I'm so happy, especially over the weekend when we had that incident at Federal Way High School. I don't know if our SRO was any help with that, but it always has given me a sense of confidence that we could respond to an incident, especially in the high schools, if anything were to occur. And as far as I know, nothing as serious as a shooting has occurred. So I know it's occurred off campus, but not on campus. So anyway, thank our officers. I'm very happy with that. But with the incident over the weekend, was that anything that our SRO was involved with, or was it simply a tip from somebody calling it in?
Very good question, ma'am. Let me start by saying, yes, we have had SROs in the school since 1997. It has been very turbulent at times, but the past, say, 10 years, we have had a very, very strong and good relationship with the school district. They want us there, we want to be there, we mentor the kids, we teach the kids, and we're doing a really good job. And I'm very proud of the SROs I have in the schools because I am in charge of the program, and we take this job very seriously. This weekend, it was an SRO who identified the individual, took the report, and took it serious and continued to do all the follow-up. I would hate to think what would happen if an SRO didn't take that report, because a lot of people would have blown that off. But this SRO, knowing the importance of her job, took it seriously, dug into it, and discovered some things that possibly averted what you guys know could have happened.
Yeah. Tell her thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Asefa Dawson.
Thank you. Thank you for asking that question. That was one of my questions. And so, one, I didn't see how much that was, the salary, how much the city is responsible for paying. I know I saw the percentage, but not the dollar amount. Do you have that information, please?
I do not have the dollar amount. I can get that to you. I know they just pay they pay that percentage of a salary of an officer. I'm not sure of the actual money amount it is. I will follow up with finance and get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you. So it talks about coverage if an officer if an SRO is not available, then you have the schools that are identified that could share an SRO?
Each school has a sister school. Like Decatur is Todd Beamer's. So if someone is sick from Decatur, the Todd Beamer officer would respond to if they need things. But we do try to keep them as staffed as much as possible. We do like to have SROs in every school all the time. So sometimes we may pull from patrol or traffic or special operations to fill in on short notice if we need to be.
Okay. So over the weekend, to follow up to our question, at Federal Way High School, there were other additional officers? Are those patrol officers?
Additional officers, there were additional officers Monday.
Yeah.
As you guys know, this is all still under investigation, so I can't talk too much about it. The SRO found out about it earlier in the week. When we took action and figured out everything that was going on was Saturday. Come Monday is when we had additional officers in today in the schools, and they were patrol officers, SRU officers, traffic officers, just additional officers to be on scene as a deterrent.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, Commander Hodge, thank you for being here and joining us and reporting on this. And this item is obviously a good one. I work in the schools. I'm a guest teacher, as they like to say, but really it's a substitute teacher, and I see our SROs quite a bit on a daily basis. And I just want to show my appreciation and respect for the folks that serve. I see the relationship they have with our students, and I see the work that they're doing. And so just really appreciate their efforts, their desire to be there as well, and to do the work. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Council President Hondo.
Thank you. Have we ever been requested to extend the program into the middle schools?
Yeah.
There is some talk about us responding, and during serious incidents, the SRO will respond to the middle schools because they know how to deal with the kids and the teachers. When I mean serious incidents, they are the felony cases, the really serious, egregious stuff that happens. We do like to have SROs respond to those, but their main priority is to be at the high school. To expand it into the middle schools would be quite an addition of officers to accommodate that. There's a lot of middle schools around.
True.
And Ms. Honda, I know your son, he's more than welcome to come join my program.
He quite enjoys his job in Iowa, where he is an SRO officer. Anyway, thank you, and thank you for what you do. I still appreciate everything you do.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, seeing no further lights. Is there a motion to forward the interlocal agreement between the City of Federal Way and Federal Way Public School District Number 210 for the School Resource Officer Program for the 2025-26 school year and move to the April 21st consent agenda?
I move to forward option 1 to the April 21, 2026 consent agenda for approval. Did I read the
Second.
right one?
It's been moved and seconded to forward option 1 to the 2025 school year and move to the April 21st council agenda. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. All in favor, say nay. Hearing no opposition, the motion has passed. Moving on to item E, acceptance of the King County Youth and Amateur Sports Grant, Summer Experiences and Enrichment for Youth. Mr. Hutchinson, welcome.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair Sessoms. Good evening, Council President Honda, fellow council members. Kevin Hutchinson, the Recreation Manager in the Parks Department. This evening, I will be speaking about the Summer Experiences and Enrichment for Youth program and the grant acceptance. The policy question in front of you tonight is, should the City Council authorize staff to accept the $28,000 grant from King County Healthy Communities and Parks Program to provide a 10-week teen outdoor trip series? The options considered are to authorize staff to accept the King County Healthy Community and Parks Grant, or 2, do not authorize and provide direction to staff. The mayor's recommendation is option 1. The financial impacts to the city will pay nothing to receive the grant. The grant is in the amount of $28,000. Will go straight to the recreation program to support this program. And some background information, the Healthy Communities and Parks Fund was created to reduce health disparities and to serve various underserved communities within King County. The city has applied for this grant for the past 4 years, so this will be the 4th year that we are running the program. And we would need to reapply in 2027 to run the program. We partner with communities and schools where they look for underserved youth in the middle schools and high schools. They register participants that are interested in these trips for the 10 weeks in the summer. Our staff lead the trips throughout various places within the Puget Sound, along with their staff. We provide breakfast, lunch, snacks. Some places that we've gone in the past are Crystal Mountain Gondola, where we've hiked to the top as well. We've done Northwest Trek, Vashon Island tour. We've gone to the Seattle Aquarium and Snoqualmie Falls. And this program provides a lot of positive engagement and enrichment for youth in our community, and we're super excited to be able to accept this grant. Any questions you have, I'll be happy to answer.
Council President Honda.
Thank you. Do you have more students that want to do this program than they have funds available?
Generally, the amount of people that sign up is, we accept as many sign up we accept as many that sign up to participate in the program. So we do two different groups. One is a middle school and one is a high school group. But I don't think there's a wait list. Last year, if there was a wait list, anyone that didn't show up would be welcome off that wait list to come in.
Are the same participants applying year after year?
No, I've led many trips, and every year we have new people.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Is the communities and schools, we're partnering with them, and my understanding is that the partnership is they provide staff and they're identifying the youth. And then is it our city staff then that are determining what activities and trips?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
So communities and schools, they identify the youth within the schools because they work directly with those youth in the schools. They sign them up. We plan the trips. We provide the transportation with our buses. We pay all the fees and everything that are associated with the trips.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
Councilmember Asefa Dawson.
Oh, yay.
Hi.
Thank you. Do they provide reasonable accommodation?
Yes. Yeah. Yep. Our transportation, we have an accessible bus, and then any trip that we do, we make sure that it's accessible for any person of any ability.
So not just mobility, but any other need would be
Correct.
accommodated.
Yes. Mhm.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Does the rising cost of gas, fuel impact the number of kids that you could take and also the choice of places that you can visit?
It actually, this year doesn't. We applied for $25,000 for the year, but they granted us $28,000. We scored in the top 3 of all the people that applied, so they actually gave us a little bit more, so we have more flexibility to do different trips or to spend more money on some healthier food items or some more exciting trips.
Excellent. Great. All right, I see no other lights, so let's go ahead. Is there a motion for acceptance for the King County Youth and Amateur Sport Grant Summer Experiences and Enrichment for Youth?
I move to forward the proposed grant application to the April 21st, 2026 consent agenda for approval.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded to accept and forward the proposed grant to the April 21st council consent agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say nay. Hearing none, the motion is passed. The next item, we have Mr. Gerwin. Welcome, Jason. The acceptance of the Brook Lake Master Plan is the issue.
Dave, I'm going to rely on you to share my screen. All right, City Council, policy question before you tonight is, should the City Council accept the Brook Lake Master Plan as complete and authorize staff to incorporate it into the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan? As you'll recall, we had a special meeting with the entire City Council on January 20th that outlined the whole process. And so just with the length of the agenda, I was going to inquire on whether or not you wanted me to go through that full presentation again, or because you've seen it before, maybe we just look at the high-level map, go over some of those proposed changes. Is there a strong desire one way or the other?
Has anything changed from the last presentation?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
So I'm assuming the abbreviated version would be appreciated tonight. And so what we have here is a culmination of 3 master plan meetings that were out in the community, as well as open houses and public comment available both online and in person. First meeting was a high-level meeting, more brainstorming, throw everything against the wall, see what sticks. Second meeting, we came back with 3 alternatives, and then we took reaction for those, what we liked about them, what we didn't like about them. And then coming into the third meeting, took all of that public input and incorporated it into kind of the, and I don't think I gave you option 1. I need to give you all the way to the final option. And to the final design concept. And so that's about 16 months of work, lots of community input. I think we have a solid plan. And remember, master plan is just a nice picture with a bunch of great ideas on it. None of this has funding, and all of this would be rolled into our capital projects list. And then based on priorities and funding availability is how they will all get funded. But we have a mix of educational space to historic preservation and interpretation to active recreation with the Uplick Blueberry Farm. We found ways to incorporate art into the site. And so to me, this is a perfect culmination of the city working with the community to find out what the community wants that space to be. And what it means for the Parks Department is we have a lot of work and fundraising to do in the future to get there. But I'm proud of the plan that the community has come up with and something that I think we can all support. And so with that, I would entertain any questions if there were any.
Councilmember Hamilton.
I'm excited about this, and I'll just bring up what I brought up last time. With this park, I know one of the concerns was that it's heavily wooded, and so the SUPDED principles are going to be really important, particularly the first principle and the 5th principle, the natural surveillance and the activity support. So just keep that in mind, especially when it comes to the parking lot, because parks like that, parking lots can be a hot spot for break-ins and that kind of thing.
Absolutely, and just to speak to that specifically, as part of our Parks Appreciation Day efforts, there is kind of that wooded area between the 1-acre lot that we recently acquired that, you can't really see back to the community center, and sightlines is one of the issues they're going to be working on there just to improve things.
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Walsh.
I will just say, great job.
Thank you.
Mr. Gerwin, I had a question about it's very difficult for me to read, but I assume that the line around the lake is some sort of path? Is that?
Yeah, so what that is proposed of, and what we've heard a lot from the community is we have an excellent boardwalk, takes you through all the different areas, but you don't get to circumnavigate actual Brook Lake. And so that was a strong desire of the community, was to extend that boardwalk and have another leg that circumnavigated Brook Lake so you could do there. Because if you can remember at one time, you couldn't take the boardwalk and make it all the way through to Brook Lake. It stopped at the Brook Lake Outlook, and it was a project that we worked with Public Works in conjunction on to what we called the Brook Lake Extender, that extended that boardwalk to Brook Lake. That was for 2 functions, to give you that full accessibility, but also storming the sound, the releasing of the salmon that all 5th grade students in Federal Way Public Schools participate in. It was a real struggle to get buses in and out of the 348th parking lot. Wasn't big enough, just created logistical challenges. And so making that Brook Lake connector really opened up a bigger area to bring school buses in, and the thousands of kids that get to go on that expedition each year. And so that would just be an extension of the boardwalk is what you're seeing there. And we did provide you a bigger 11 by 17 copy, hopefully that in the physical copy of the packet tonight, so you might be able to better see it there. And if not, I'd be happy. I've got a big wall-size map I can show you. We could review it and look at it closer any time at your leisure.
All right. I also am curious to know if any part of this plan, as it is presented, has the 2% reserved for arts projects been factored in?
And so again, right now, what we're looking at is a pretty picture with no funding. And so as these projects come up, that would be my expectation. Generally, past practice or history with the city in my 20-year career has been on new projects. We've always had the 2% for the arts. It's kind of on the renovations or the rehab projects where maybe that hasn't been contributed.
Okay. All right. I don't see any further comments or questions. So can I get a motion to forward the proposed acceptance of the Brook Lake Master Plan as complete and authorize staff to incorporate it into the PROS, Parks Recreation Open Space Plan, and move it to the April 21st council agenda for approval?
Do you have it? Go ahead. I move to forward the proposed acceptance of the Brook Lake Master Plan as complete and authorize staff to incorporate it into the PROS plan to the April 21st, 2026 consent agenda for approval.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to accept the Brook Lake Master Plan and move it to the April 21st council agenda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Hearing none, the motion has passed. Thank you very, very much. We are anxious to hear about the next information, point of information, item G, the King County Grant Agreement, additional information.
Yeah, and so no policy question on this one, but we absolutely felt it imperative to bring this back to City Council. Several months ago, City Council authorized staff to enter into grant agreements for King County for 2 different grants. The 2 grants were the Aquatic Facilities Grant to the tune of about $1.5 million for the Federal Way Community Center, and then it was about 700 and some thousand for Sacagawea artificial turf replacement. And so you guys authorized us to enter into those contracts. When we received the contracts from King County, we were startled to read in those contracts that they were going to require a 30-year covenant on the land that each of those grants were being given to. So we're talking Celebration, the portion of Celebration Park that the community center's on, and Sacagawea Park. Both of the lifespans for the materials and the updates we were going to use the grant funds for probably don't have a lifespan of 30 years. And so that's what made it particularly concerning. Now, in the case of Sacagawea Park, that park already has covenants on it that say that that property will stay in Parks and Recreation for perpetuity. And that was something that was, as we accepted that from King County, that was a covenant that would remain park property under our jurisdiction. So really, the 30 years wouldn't have mattered. We could have signed that agreement and been fine. But it was more a matter of principle. Why would we agree to put additional covenants on our land when the grant money was going to cover an artificial turf field that maybe has a 12-year lifespan? It just seemed a little bit overextending. And so I can tell you on both grants, we have spoke with King County Granting Agency, and what they sent us was a draft agreement, and we are allowed to line out and strike and make changes as we see fit, send that back to King County, their legal department will review that, and then draft the final contractual document. And so, with that being said, like I say, Sacagawea, we just, even though it's already got those covenants, we felt 12 years was more appropriate. So that's what we've petitioned the county on, and we're waiting for that agreement to come back. Hopefully, they'll concur and agree, and I think they will. Now, on the community center, there are no covenants on that titled land deed. And so 30 years, again, for pool pump equipment, replastering of the lap pool, new diving boards and diving stanchions. Doesn't really have a 30-year lifespan either. It's probably more like about a 20-year lifespan. They're needing to be replaced right now at about year 18. What we've put back, or what we've sent back to King County is to go for a 15-year covenants, if that would be acceptable. Again, 30 just too much. Again, we would also be committing a future city council to that requirements. And on the community center specifically, it would be that they would stay as pools. Now, there could be a day where we want the pool in another location or something like that, but by putting the covenants on the land, it would require that the pool be there. And so what we've requested on the community center is that be reduced so that it's more in line with the lifespan of the equipment that the grant is paying for and purchasing. We're optimistic on that one, but we haven't heard back on either of them. And so with that being said, we are considering your previous approval null and void. And when we get these new agreements back, we will be bringing them back for reconsideration and reapproval to enter in with that contractual language being changed. And so I do have that contractual language. If you want to go through it, it was also part of the packet. If you read it, it's pretty plain English and easy to understand. And so, again, it was more of advocating for what we believe is right and not putting the city in a position that wasn't fair or equitable based on the funding that we're receiving. And so, that's kind of the information I had to share with you tonight. It was imperative. You guys know we're actively working on those grants and trying to get those projects done. But until we get those new agreements and get those executed with your approval, that work will be on pause.
Thank you. Councilmember Hamilton.
Well, thank you for pushing back on that. I think it's a matter of principle more than anything. And how confident are we that they'll accept the new terms of the contract?
Pretty confident. Leif Ellsworth has spoke with our grant manager, and when we kicked back on it, that's when he said, well, these contract documents we send you were just drafts. And so we didn't know that. We just assumed that the contract they sent us is what we were agreeing to. And so it was nice that there was a negotiation in period there. And really, a lot of the kudos goes to our legal department. They helped vet that and helped make sure park staff's eyes were wide open too.
All right. Thank you, legal.
Just to clarify, that was 10 years for Sacagawea and 12 years for the community center?
We're probably 12 for Sacagawea and like 15 for the Federal Way Community Center.
Okay. Great. All right. Thank you very much for that information, Mr. Gerwin. Next, we have you presenting on the capital projects priority list.
Yes, and since this issue has been tabled for 3 months, park staff has done some work. So I do want to give you an updated table, but then I also want to talk about our approach and how we go about this tonight. I'll give you some background information and stuff like that, but let me pass this out and then we'll go from there.
That's updated to what we have in the packet.
Correct. This is new, and she'll reg it for the record. Now, everything in the packet still somewhat applies. It's more of, we've updated the wish list that coincides with the finance department and Steve's room. So this came about as a request from City Council to talk about the capital priorities from the Parks Department. And we have more capital priorities than we know what to do with. It's really a matter of funding and priorities. It's just as simple as that, funding and priorities. And I think the context to give you would go on kind of this large spreadsheet that I gave you. And this large spreadsheet that was kind of about 10 pages, this is kind of my working ongoing list, but I wanted you to see everything that was in there. And it's extensive, it's listed by parks. I continually update this, delete the past year and add the future year to the bottom of it. But what I think is most important is to kind of look at that bottom line on that sheet, and it's highlighted in green, and the grand total is about $113 million. And that's purely estimate. Many of these numbers in there are based on professional expertise, knowledge, our best guess of what those could be. A lot of times we're unpleasantly shocked when we put out to bids the price and cost and what inflation has done to the cost of capital projects. But more context on that. Right now, we are currently being appropriated $297,000 a year towards our capital priorities in the Parks Department. Divide 113 million by 297,000, gives you something like 2,000 or more years to get our capital projects list completed. We got to find another way. We've got to find more funding. We've got to make parks a priority. Now, I want to give the city council a lot of credit and kudos. Last year, at your advice, asked the Parks Department to bring forward a motion to implement park impact fees. We took 6 months to study that with a consultant, brought proposal forward, and this body approved park impact fees. So now, when we have new development in this city, they're going to pay to offset the costs and the impacts that will happen to the Parks Department. A long time coming, and a dedicated funding source for the Parks Department. Long overdue, much needed, although REIT is down, as we all know, for the past several years, so it's not quite collecting to the level we would want, but we've got a couple $100,000 in that account already, and so it's making a difference just in about a year's time. And so this gives you some major context, that 10-year kind of outlook one that I give you. In the packet, I also gave you the previous wish list that was part of Steve Groom's packet, and as we're preparing for the 27-28 budget, we are constantly working on our capital priorities. And so what I handed you was a more updated wish list that resides in the Finance Department for the Parks Department. And so to me, I believe this is where we should be focusing our attention tonight for the sake of time. And I think it gives you the top almost 50 priorities in there. The bottom, I did want to show we have made some progress. We have done a few things or are planning to do a few things here in the future. So as we can, we are knocking items off of the list. And so does that seem like a reasonable approach? Do you want me to take a different approach?
Any questions from the council?
So I think we'll go with that. And the ones I'm going to cover are, let's be what's reasonable. Let's go with the top 10 because that's probably the next 2 to 5 years is what we'd be looking at to be able to accomplish. I did want to address, before I get to this wish list, I wanted to address one question Chair Sessoms had for me. On that master blue list, you had asked about color coding. And so some of it's color coding just for context for you to look through, but you'll see some of the projects are highlighted in green. And so if it's highlighted in green, it means it's in the PROS plan. It's been identified in the PROS plan as a priority. Some of these other ones maybe don't rise to the full level of a capital project. Maybe they're done in-house with a maintenance team, but I wanted to call out on this list specifically what's in the PROS plan, and this is the old adopted PROS plan from 2019. Pretty much a lot of these things there will be in the new PROS plan, so hopefully the good majority of that list will be in green after the new plan is adopted. Then you'll see some of them are highlighted in red in that one, and the ones that are highlighted in red, those are the ones that keep me up at night. The ones that I think about and fret about is being responsible for, safety, service, and appearance in our parks. They concern me and looking for ways to elevate those up the priority list. And so that just gives you a little context in why they were color-coded, Chair Sessoms.
Thank you.
So now back to the wish list that resides in the Parks Department. And there's a couple up at the top that are more citywide, but they apply to the Parks Department. And so simply, we have a need in not only the Parks Department, but probably every department citywide, bumps in our baseline budgets. A lot of those were brought down in the 2008 downturn in the economy. Some of them have made up ground since then. Some of them still reside at that same level of the downturn over a decade ago. And so an example here at City Hall, for building materials and supplies, we have a $4,800 line item. We had multiple parking lot lights out here at City Hall, and the cost of the ballasts that needed to be replaced, number one, if you could get them, were extremely expensive, almost triple the cost of a brand-new LED fixture. And so we had to make the determination, what do we do here? And so in this instance, we bought new fixtures for the parking lot lights, yet to be installed. They'll be installed here soon. But that expenditure was $5,200. It wiped out my entire building material budget for the year in one purchase and one repair. So that gives you just a little bit of insight into our baseline budgets and the need for increases there. Bucket truck, we got lots of stuff in the air. We got cameras, we got flags, we've got netting, all sorts of things. And so the bucket truck is a premium between Parks, Public Works, Community Development, and IT. You've got to schedule weeks in advance. So just a simple addition of bucket truck could improve our efficiency huge. Fleet. Our fleet reserves are lagging behind. A lot of this has to do, they were lagging behind before inflation really started skyrocketing, but that's when we really saw a real discrepancy change, where we may collect on say a F-150, our replacement reserve collection was collecting for a truck that cost $33,000 to $40,000. You can't get an F-150 for that cost anymore. It's $65,000 to $75,000 fully upfitted to get that vehicle. So that leaves you $33,000 short or more on every vehicle. We got a big imbalance there. I know Steve Groom, Public Works Director Walsh, they made commitments, and we're working to correct some of that structural imbalance, but it's going to take years to correct, and it's something that needs attention. And then the pressure washer is very similar to the bucket truck. We've got one truck mounted. It's a parks equipment, but from cleaning graffiti to cleaning picnic sites to other fall stuff that happens in the parks, having a secondary unit would be huge for the 4 departments that share it. So that's just kind of citywide stuff that I definitely think you guys needed to be aware of. But then we'll go into kind of the top 10 of Parks Department's things here. And so number one, and one that keeps me up at night, is Dumas Space Center. We've got a over 60-year-old facility with outdated utilities and infrastructure, and it's literally being held together at times with bubblegum and baling wire. We do everything we can to keep that facility going, but I'm afraid one of these days there's going to be something that happens that I can't fix, and it's either to a water system, the boiler system, and we would have to shutter that building. And what a shame it would be to shutter that building David Clemens and his staff down there, they run $1 million operation on shoestring budget and make it possible for a lot of nonprofits, small groups to be able to have retreats, get-togethers, senior quilting clubs, you name it. It's an affordable location, and I know I'm part of a nonprofit called the Pacific Northwest Resource Management School. I've been on that board of regents for over 15 years, and it's one of the few affordable places that we can come, bring 15 regents there, have 2 days worth of meetings, don't have to go anywhere for meals on site, have a bed to sleep in. It's not the prettiest of accommodations, but it serves the needs, and it creates a place where people can gather and make decisions for their organization. And so we owe it to that center in this community to find a way to invest in it and bring it back to its former glory. So that one keeps me up at night, because if one of those major systems breaks, I don't want to have to worry about where those staff are going. They are dedicated staff that we need on our team. City Hall roof. I think you're all well aware of the City Hall roof issues, and have seen the hoses in your offices to buckets. And we like to say for the past 10 years, once a summer, it's usually in August, we go up and Shawshank the roof, as in the Shawshank Redemption, where they just slap on the elastomeric coating. And that's essentially what we're doing. We're hitting the known problem areas. And honestly, to my surprise, we've done a pretty darn good job of it, because for 10 years, we've pretty much held this place with a few minor leaks and a few hoses coming down, but held it pretty well. What really got us this year was about 3 or 4 Fridays ago, we had a wet, slushy snow, and that meant there was about 8 inches of unmelted or half-melted slush up there, and it proved that there is literally no integrity in the top roofing layer. Generally roofing has granule materials on it, and that's what helps wick it away. But also, it's a fibrous material that those granules are attached to via a petroleum-based product. And it is so degraded and UV destroyed that with that slush hitting on there, we saw major leaks everywhere, had ceiling tiles come in other areas, and it was bad. City Administrator Davis has got Parks Department linked up with Public Works, and we're working to try to get an RFP out ASAP and try to get a roof done this summer. So, but we just got to start to work on that RFP, and we'll be working our tail off to try to get that roof watertight before winter. City Hall elevator upgrades. We've known about this probably as long as the City Hall roof. The elevator is original to the building, 30 years old. I can't say that I have a lot of concern about the hydraulic unit itself, where my concern is in the controls. If you go and open this big control box in the elevator room, a Commodore 64, which is one of the original computers to come out for commercial purchase in the late 70s, was more powerful than our controls in that elevator now. And as we've gone through the exercise, we've been out on a full RFB. We have $140,000 set aside of ARPA funds to pay for the repairs, but the bids came back quite a bit higher at about $280,000. So we're $160,000 short, so we're trying to find a source for that. We do need to do a full meal deal, although I believe that the hydraulic system functions and works. What if we do all those repairs and 2 weeks later the hydraulic unit goes out for some reason? It is 30 years old. We found that pretty much any elevator manufacturer or equipment essentially made it very difficult or unaffordable if you wanted to do it piecemeal, and it has to do with warranty and safety and having all the components. So it would be a full hydraulic unit and controls update, as well as there's a couple code things that need to occur inside the pit regard to lighting and emergency shutoff switch and a relief valve. But that work we've got a bid in. Bid we're happy with at $280,000. We're just trying to find that funding to plug that gap, and we hope to be able to do so before the end of the year. Steel Lake Dock. Steel Lake Dock is, in my estimation, about 50 years old. It was put in by King County, I want to say in the late 70s. I don't have an exact date on that off the top of my head. I've got it somewhere. But in my career, and I just hit 20 years, that dock has always had a list to the north. And so when I say list, it just kind of leans a little bit. And what that is a sign of is the floats that support the dock are compromised and taking on water. We had done a full comprehensive evaluation in 2007, 2008 timeframe, and there were many suggested repairs and that. We made all of those, but we didn't address the list. The list is getting not noticeably better, but you can tell it's not good and it continues to go bad. The thing that scares me about that is I drive into Steel Lake Park one day and the docks at the bottom of the lake. Not what I want to see happen, that sort of thing, but it's something that's a huge community asset and resource, the amount of people that utilize that dock. It's a real high priority for us. So regarding West High LaBosse, we talked about Brook Lake and the Brook Lake Connector. In 2006, we replaced the original boardwalk at West High LaBosse Wetlands to the tire, pier, and E-Trex, the kind of recycled lumber decking. It's been a great improvement, except when we did that project in 2006, there was one piece that we did not replace, and that was the bridge that actually spans the High LaBosse Creek. At the time of the boardwalk replacement, we had a engineer estimate that had about 15 to 18 years of lifespan. We are 5 years past that lifespan now. We've had a beaver in that area that likes to take down trees, and those trees have hit the bridge. We owe a debt of gratitude to Tony Collins, Parks Maintenance Lead. He has him with support, but he's take that as a personal mission to keep that bridge alive and open and well. But if that bridge goes out, one of the big reasons we did the Brook Lake Connector for the storming the salmon goes away. You would still be able to do the salmon release, you just wouldn't get the nature walk that goes along with that day. So to me, design and replacement of that bridge is high up on the list. Although I can tell you that recently kind of Parks, IT, Public Works, we all met to kind of discuss the capital projects, and in conversations with Director Walsh, we've talked about if we can get a good integrity report on the piers that are in the wetland, that maybe this is just something that we could do in-house, and it's no different than building a deck. But, you just got to buy the lumber, but you would save quite a bit on materials. So we're going to look to have an evaluation done on those piers. We're going to go out there and put some waders on and check them out and see if we can see whether they've got integrity or they have to be replaced. If the piers have to be replaced, then it's going to be a much larger project, and you're going to involve the Army Corps of Engineers and environmental permitting that will take several years to get through. Sacagawea light poles, this is one that really keeps me up at night, and this is about the 2009, 2010 timeframe. We had Starlings decide that the wood poles that hold the sports field lighting, would make a great place to nest. And so there's about 7 of those wood light poles where the Starlings had created voids, soccer ball to volleyball size holes in those light poles. Didn't have the time or didn't have the money at the time to replace those, and so we worked with an engineer to fill those cavities and voids with a non-shrink grout, and then a metal collar was put around it, engineered and designed to support not only that filled spot, but to give it the structural integrity so that we could keep it in place. And so we're on 15 years on that temporary fix. And so also the lighting masts are all high-pressure sodium or mercury halide, which are pretty much not used anymore. You can't really get parts for them. So we need to replace the light poles and light fixtures out there. That is one of the items Clarabelle has on her list for applying for an RCO grant this year. We've had several electric companies out there giving us design ideas and quotes and kind of cost estimates for that grant application. So hopefully you can find some money on that one. Municipal court on opposite side of the building, one of our frequented by many people in the community, doesn't have ADA access button or ADA access doors. What we have down there is a doorbell that rings to the clerk in the court, and if someone needs handicap assistance, they press that doorbell, but they've got to wait to get assistance, or the security guards do help and support that activity as well. But we're due for new doors down there. We replaced the main city hall doors about 1.5 years ago, was overdue and needed, but need to replace those doors and get an ADA opener on there. Would be a high priority for us. Dumas Bay Center has the same issue. That infrastructure is so old that they don't even make the doors and the door system that's utilized on the front doors there, and we've had a door failure. But as soon as we go and replace that door, we have got to meet code, and code now requires an ADA opener. And so we're working through that, and we're actually reaching out to For Culture. They have an emergency grant program for historic buildings. We consider this a historic building, being as old as it is, and so there might be a line on some emergency funding there for those doors, but we'll be back to you with more information on that. We're in the process of building a new O&M facility, and we've never had the full support that we needed. It wasn't until really a few years ago that we really had a facilities maintenance division in the parks, but we have so much work in that we needed that specialized. In this past budget cycle, you approved a facility supervisor, and so it's a pretty big facility, lots of buildings, and even though it's new, doesn't mean it doesn't need to be maintained. And so we need more facility workers, not only for the existing space we have, but that addition of square footage. And so that's kind of rounds out the top 10. I can keep going further. I can answer any questions. You can repoint me in a direction, but just for the sake of time, I thought that was a good place to pause.
Councilmember Honda, and then
Thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
I am on alarm camera monitoring on the new O&M facility. Was that not included in the cost of building the facility?
So it's being installed that way, but there are ongoing costs associated with that. You know, there's the monthly monitoring, there's, so we've got, after the big theft at the former Steel Lake Yard, or the new one,
Right.
We deployed AI-enhanced cameras that allows the cameras to detect whether it's people or a raccoon, and then it will connect to a live agent that will verify. And so it's not only the alarm camera monitoring costs, it should include utility costs. All of those need to be rolled into the budget as well. And so just the kind of those ongoing costs associated with operation and maintenance of the building need to get rolled into our facilities or parks maintenance budget.
Okay, and then my next question is on the culinary program at the PAC.
Yep.
So when we built the PAC, that was a big part of building the PAC, was that we were going to have this culinary program. I'm asked at least once a month by a couple people whatever happened to that program. Are you saying that that program is completely off we're not going to be doing that at all?
That is my interpretation, council member.
Okay.
Just familiarizing with the situation, that was part of the new markets tax credits and we had been working with the tribe to try to get that fostered and garnered, and it just wasn't for a lack of effort. We reached out many times, tried to get that program going. It just never seemed to grow legs, and so being this far down the line, we have met all of our requirements for the new market tax credits. I don't see that as a priority moving forward. I might have to phone a friend because autumn is way more familiar with that program, but as I was going through and reprioritizing these, to me, that's where it feels like it's at right now. Now, that can change, and you can tell me that that needs to be back on the list, and I will remove that strikeout and line out.
Is it because the tribe isn't moving forward with it? Or is it because of another issue?
My understanding is we reached out, we tried to get this off the ground, we never could get that partnership established or get it really in its vibrancy. And Autumn, do you have better information on that?
Yeah, when we opened the facility, there was a lot of talks and conversation, and ultimately there was some funding that both parties were trying to figure out how to make happen, and then COVID hit. When COVID hit, we pivoted and we did Mission Community Nutrition to bring a culinary program kind of into the pack, and we let that run its course through the COVID closure. When Tanya Carter was here, we had additional conversations with the tribe, but again, funding was always the big thing. And then our new market tax credits was a 7-year requirement. And as that came and was fulfilled in its entirety, there hasn't been additional conversations, and it has become, like Jason said, not a priority because both parties, there isn't the massive funding available to get that off the ground.
So this was not a requirement for the new tax?
The requirement was that we had some sort of program, and Tim Johnson and I worked together when COVID hit, one, because we were concerned that we weren't going to have that requirement met, and when we pivoted, we worked with our new market tax credit investors and advisors, and they accepted the Mission Community Nutrition Program as our fulfillment.
Thank you.
Councilmember Moore, and then Councilmember.
Thank you for this detailed list, Jason. Appreciate it. There's certainly is a lot of needs and a lot of desires, and I think I'm gonna give you an easy question here because I think I know what the answer is. But I just obviously listening to your presentation, especially when it comes to Dumas Bay or other areas within those first 10 items. I mean, the word liability kind of comes in mind. How do we not speed up some of that process to alleviate some of that pressure of could this be a liable issue or not? And I'm speaking in general with the first 10 items, you know.
Yeah, and so.
I mean, funding's the issue.
Funding and prioritization is the issue, like I said.
But how did
What I want to, to dovetail what you're saying here is, something that this city council is very proud of and has been for a long time and should be, is our overlay program. We made a commitment to put utility tax directed at the overlay, and you can see it in our roads. We've made that a priority. We have put our money where our mouth is, and it shows out there. Like I've heard the mayor say, go drive the roads in Tacoma versus Federal Way. You're gonna see, we make that a priority. But there needs to be a time where the parks are made a priority, and at $297,000 a year to our capital program versus $18 million for the overlay program, I'd like to think that there could be find a way to just increase the Parks Department capital outlay, because it's gonna be a long time at that rate, and so even a 50% increase would make a huge difference, right? And so it's little bites of the apple at the time as we can make those improvements. Back to your liability, though, Councilmember Moore. That is the Parks Maintenance Division's #1 priority.
Right.
Safety. That comes before anything. Safety, service, and appearance are our three top. Safety always being #1. If there is a safety issue, a liability concern, we're throwing all hands on deck to deal with it if that's what it takes. So protecting the city's liabilities, #1 priority. There's inherent risk out there in parks. You can't remove all liability. But I hear what you're saying and want you to know that that is our #1 priority in park maintenance.
Yeah, and I expect that. I mean, to give you one specifics, I mean, like the Steel Lake dock replacement. I mean, if it's tilting already, that's obviously an area of concern. But I know you guys are on top of your game. Not questioning that. Don't want to question that. But it's just like, man, it can kind of get crazy. How do we? I mean, that list. I mean, how do you move something up because this could become a really big issue?
Well, and that's, I
like
make
the
the
DOT
prior-
system.
I make the priority list today.
Yeah.
This list could totally change based
Right.
on circumstances that we walk into tomorrow. And so,
Yeah.
as a manager, supervisor, we do our best to forecast and plan. But really, our capital program is what's breaking next, and that's what we're gonna fix, is ultimately what it comes down to. We try to plan, we try to get grants, bring in money, but that's the reality we live with. And believe me, we are running sideways in both directions to
Yeah.
try to make sure we're covered and that the product we're putting forward to the community is safe.
I mean, I'm getting stuck on, that bridge is 50 years old, and it was built in the 70s.
The dock.
The dock is what I'm talking about, yes.
Yep.
Right, so, but, just the
It's still
thought that-
floating, though. It's still floating. It's not gonna sink tomorrow, but like I say, that's one of the things that keeps me up, because you don't know
Right.
what's gonna happen
Yeah,
tomorrow.
yeah. No, and again, I mean, I worked with the city of Milton, so I understand how big of a deal that is with, and put a sign here, put something else here, just to make sure that you're letting people know, and you're looking at the liabilities for our insurance sake as well. So I know you guys are on top of it. It's just, it must drive you nuts a little bit. So, but thanks for the work you're doing.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kochmar.
Well, with regard to the money for the roads, that's coming from our utility
Yeah.
tax. So
Yep.
I think was that 1.85 million now from the utility?
That would be a Steve Groom question. I'm not that dialed in on the numbers.
So what you might consider as a council in the future is talking about a parks levy where you actually go out to the citizens and have a vote to see if they want to increase the money for all of these projects you're talking about. But as far as insurance, and maybe the lawyer can correct me if I'm incorrect, it's liability is, my former risk manager was my background. So what you want to do is, like the boiler, now that would be a prime thing you'd want to monitor, the boiler is it Dumas Bay, where that is, the boiler? Yeah. Well, you'd want to watch that. So as far as liability goes, you don't have to do everything if the money's not there. You just have to be, common sense would rule the day. If the money's not there, you don't have to be an A or a B. You have to at least either post a sign that says, enter at your own risk, or somehow limit the liability issue. But AWC would,
Oh, we have good guidance.
Yeah, they would guide
We
you
have
on
great
that.
risk
Yeah. Yeah.
advice in the legal department.
yeah, so, but really, I mean, the only way you can get more money for the parks is start talking about a parks levy, but it's my opinion.
Council President Honda.
Thank you. How does our parks budget compare to other cities of a similar size? Do you know?
I think we're on par. I haven't done anything recently, but through that resource management school that I attend to, I talk to parks departments from Canada down to Oregon, Idaho. It's mostly Pacific Northwest region, and I'd say we're somewhere in the middle. There are other cities that are higher. There are other cities that are lower. But I haven't done a recent study to be able to give you a real quantifiable answer of we're 25% lower. You just don't have that. But we're comparable, I would say.
May I jump in on just one area? We are incredibly low on staff. So monetary, I believe Jason's exactly right. Staffing-wise, I've given you the example of Kent, which is essentially the same city as we are, almost exact same square footage, almost exact same amount of acreage, almost exact amount of developed parks. They have about 100 people, we have 45. So that gives you an idea of the staffing. Now, they got bigger population, but that was even the case then, before they annexed. That was the case, and it's been the case for several years. So that area is an area where we are low.
Thank you.
You're
And do you recommend tearing Dumas Bay down and replacing it, or trying to repair the building?
I don't think my opinion in that matter is appropriate at this time. I think further study needs to happen. We have Mac Miller doing the integrated energy audit there, And so I think waiting to see some of those results, we should, I think, see those full reports by the end of the month. As soon as we're ready, we'll bring those probably to the next Parks Committee to share that information and data with you. But I think it's too early to say, but what I can say is David Clemens, Judy, Courtney, the staff down there, I mean, they provide a product at a cost that can't be matched. And not many cities and municipalities have a conference and overnight conference and retreat center. I mean, we do our annual council retreat there. Like, this is a special building in our city, and it's got a $10 million view. We gotta find a way to keep that asset and make it thriving in this city moving forward. And how exactly we go about that, I don't claim to have all the answers, and still working to provide a report and a context and maybe a potential recommendation. But I think all options are viable now. You know, but like an example of just about a month ago, David has got people in there, and we have, and it was nothing with the building, it was the electrical company, Tacoma Power. We had a power outage. We had guests in there, and we weren't getting the power back. And so we had to make other arrangements for food, other nights for accommodations. So not only did we lose the money we put out for that, but it's that revenue, because you can't charge them on a night that they're not staying there, but you got to provide accommodations. And so there's been a few instances this year, and David could speak to it more eloquently than me, that building on certain levels is costing us. They're doing everything they can to make it, but just a power outage that's no fault of the building or his, you know, has impacts. But, you know, if this is the boiler system or the water system, I mean, the kitchen, I mean, needs to be updated. It's just, you know, we're a really old building there. You know, it's got no R value. The boiler's as big as like 2 Mack trucks. Like, you'd have to take the roof off to take the boiler out, you know, sort of a deal. So it's just, there are big decisions to be made there. There needs to be a plan put in place so that we can find a way to, you know, take little bites at the apple, whether that's renovation or whether it's we look to bond it or do a levy, something like that, to fund a whole new building. Again, I don't claim to have the answer tonight, but we're working on trying to give you some solid recommendations on best paths forward.
Was it the only building down there that was without power, or was it in the whole neighborhood?
It was in the neighborhood, I believe.
Is there a generator there?
No. We have a couple smaller ones that we can plug in, some little things here and there, but as far as operating the building, keep people warm, no.
Thank you.
All right.
I don't know if this is helpful, but previously we had talked about partnering with a private entity to provide some, is it Alderbrook Conference Center in SeaTac? Is that what that's called, Alderbrook?
Cedarbrook.
Cedarbrook. Yeah, to provide something like, well, that's gorgeous, but to provide something like that. And I think part of the problem we had was the parking issue. But I think that can be overcome. But at some point, you know, if anybody wants to look at that, that might be an interesting concept.
Yeah, and that's a matter of staffing and priorities and dedicating your time to that versus something else.
All right, seeing no further lights. Oh, Councilmember Hamilton.
Well, thank you, Jason, and I will be the first one to call you if that dock sinks.
I know you will, and I appreciate that about you.
I will let you know. It will not be a surprise. So, you know, this is overwhelming, to be honest, and I'm sure you guys feel overwhelmed too, your staff. But, you know, I think the assumption is that we're saving money by deferring all of this, but deferred maintenance is expensive.
You're exactly
And
right.
I'm not confident that we're actually saving money by deferring all of this. So I'm not quite sure what the answer is, but I guess I have one question. You mentioned the utility tax, and is that restricted revenue, or I mean, could that even be, is that even?
And all the things that utility tax is available for I can't speak to tonight. I think this body has a role in setting that and putting that out, but Adam, I might need to defer to you on that one, whether you can answer or not, but, you know, something that I've heard, I've been with the city for 20 years, and this city and the city council has always taken pride in having low taxes, not having a B&O tax, and
Yeah.
there is a certain level of pride there, but also we have a citizenry that demands services, wants services, and the Iman bill at 1% on property tax increases really has handcuffed municipal corporations. And, you know, it's my thought that as much as it may cost some of you on this, your positions are that a lid levy lift is something that we need to really be considering in this city, because we need more dollars to go around. The services are wanted and needed, and we've got to find a way to support or fund them. That's one way to do it. There are other things, like I say, you guys implemented park impact fees. That's a start. Doing a levy, a parks levy, as Councilmember Kochmar suggests. Tacoma, King County, they have been doing levies for parks for years, and they've been wildly successful in getting the voters to approve those. And it's about putting together the right package and making sure you market it and know that you're also listening to the community and you're doing the projects that they want to see prioritized on this list, right? And so, rather than just being proud of that low tax rate, we got to look ourselves in the mirror and say, although this might be difficult and hard, it's the right thing to do for our city, for our constituents, and moving this municipal corporation forward. So
So
just
that-
one man's opinion, though.
So the utility tax, we don't know if it's restricted, or is that up to us, or?
That's, the utility tax is, for full transparency, is not something I have looked at before tonight, so I really can't answer that particular question. We can certainly get some type of answer to the council later, so.
Okay.
And just my understanding is when the overlay program put in, there was a raise to that utility tax, and the council voted to say that whether it's a percentage or some amount, this is dedicated to the parks overlay. So I don't have a full understanding of it. Based on what Adam said, we will follow up with you and make sure that I get a full understanding of it and
Yeah.
make sure that's communicated to all you
Well,
guys.
I'm wondering too, with that overlay in particular, like one of the things that's on the list is the Steel Lake Park parking lot.
Right.
Which would be an overlay project, right?
Yeah, it could be now, and that's something that I've talked about in the past. But the other thing I don't want to do is I'm not also trying to throw Public Works under the bus here. Public Works needs that 18 million, and really, they need more money too for their overlay project too. So I want to be clear about that. I'm not doing that. But something I've brought forward and talked about in the past is the overlay, because they are so proud of it, that city asphalt and city concrete, regardless if it's in the right-of-way or if it's in a park, is all city asphalt and still city concrete. So why not add the Parks Department asphalt and concrete to that overlay list? It's a list, and it's a revolving list, and you work your way through it, and then you start back again, right? And so if that's just on the list, at some point, it's gonna come up as, hey, you're next up in the barrel, and you're gonna get a turn to get overlaid. And right now, our parks asphalt and concrete is not there, but that could be a small change that could potentially have an impact and maybe see these projects get done sooner. But again, they don't have enough money to do their workload either. It's a constant deal, hence why I said what I said about,
Okay, well, that's helpful. So, just for full disclosure, I've been very vocal about being opposed to lifting that levy lid on property taxes, but with that said, I'm not opposed to a parks levy. If the voters want it, then putting it to a vote of the people, I think, is a much better option than raising property taxes. Because I'm just not for that, or I'm not even for advocating for that. But parks levy, yes, I'm open to that.
understood, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Council, we don't do what we don't, we don't do what we do without your support. This is a mountain to climb, we struggle with it every day, but together, if we work together, we can take meaningful bites and make progress on this. So thank you for your continued support.
Thank you, Jason. All right, let us hear from Mr. Richin on whether or not to approve a proposed amendment to security services contract. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Council, Council President, Chair Sessoms. George Richin, your Parks and Facilities Manager. The first one tonight, try to be fast on it here, is an amendment to our security contract. And the policy question before you is, should the City Council approve an amendment to security services contract and authorize the mayor to execute the contract? The two options to consider are approve the proposed amendment to security service contract or do not approve and provide direction to staff. So a little bit of background on this. Our current security contract, it does expire here. The end of this June 2026, and we are looking to extend the term for another 3 years till June 2029, and also compensate for another $350,000 over that 3-year term. This was approved in the approved budget under the Parks professional services budget. In accordance with the approved budget, this item was funded by the general fund. Upon completion of the security services contract amendment, future costs will be due to ongoing costs associated with operations and maintenance. And that is pretty much it. That concludes my presentation.
All right. Any questions?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. Do you have a question?
Councilmember Hamilton, and then Councilmember.
Thank you, George. So if we are amending the current contract for security, can we please add to the contract, because I hear about it all the time, for the security people to lock the pedestrian gate on South 308?
Yes, we can amend the
Okay.
scope on that too, yeah.
John knows
It's
all
actually-
about that.
That's actually.
I'm
in the
unfamiliar
scope.
with the topic.
Yeah, you've been in my home talking about this topic.
We actually have to remind them on that one. It is
Yeah.
in the scope already.
Okay,
So-
okay, thank
and-
you.
And somebody, I'm not saying who, calls us a lot and lets us know. We
Not
need to
me.
know. That's great. Yep.
Can I guess?
Eyes on Federal Way. Councilmember Asefa Dawson.
Yeah, thank you. And it's not even a question, but it's what we have in the packet. This, page 113 and page 31 are the same, and so I think page 31 is misplaced, out of place. So I don't know how it impacts when other people read or look at the packet, just FYI. So, because that threw me off when I asked.
I'm gonna speak to that, and so, at the last minute, I had Sheena, we ran these copies of the packet for you, and, I, didn't operate the copier right, so some of the pages didn't come, so we were scrambling at the last minute. The packet online should be in correct numerical order, but based on what we had heard, it's not? Okay. Gotcha.
It's still there. yeah,
Okay,
the
we'll
online.
catch that and we'll be
Yeah.
better next time.
Okay, thank you.
All right. No other questions? All right. Is there a motion to approve amendment to security services contract and move to the April 21st consent agenda?
Yeah, I move to forward the proposed amendment to security service contract to the April 21st, 2026 consent agenda for approval contract and authorize the mayor to execute contract.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say nay. The motion has passed.
All in favor?
Thank you very much, Mr. Richard.
All in favor?
I got one more for you. So the next one here is our park vehicle fund allocation. I want to thank Jason for the setup of the doom and gloom, and now I'm going to present you with a Band-Aid. So I'm not only the manager, but I'm also a medic tonight. The policy question before you is, should the council allocate $52,442 from Park Capital Project unappropriated funds and $111,206.24 from Parks King County levy funds to support the delta needed for 2026 replacement vehicles, parks replacement vehicles. The options to consider are approve proposed fund allocation or do not approve proposed fund allocation and provide direction to staff. Mayor's recommendation is option one. Now, background is a little bit more meatier on this. Over the years, the Parks Department has taken on many new responsibilities without corresponding increases in funding to support our staff and our equipment that we need. These include the addition of parks and facilities such as Laurelwood, Brook Lake, the Grand Staircase, Panther Lake Trailhead, Honeyry Garden, and soon, the new operations and maintenance facility at Steel Lake, and I want to add one more to it, Farmers Market. That needs support as well, and a pretty good amount. To offset these growing demands, the department has extended the service life of several vehicles beyond the typical replacement schedule in order to support the maintenance of these new assets and programs. Those vehicles have now reached the end of their useful life and need to be replaced. However, the vehicles currently allocated for replacement do not fully meet the operational needs of the department. For that reason, Parks is requesting reallocation of funds to cover the difference needed to purchase vehicles that properly support the work we need. And we do have good news. We have identified a budget, approved budget within our budget. Like I say, the unappropriated funds will be one portion of it of $52,442, and the King County levy for $111,206.24. So we do have the funding to support the vehicles that we need. A little bit more on the vehicles needed. I can break that for you down. There's 4 vehicles that we're looking at replacing this year. 2 of them are F-250 pickups, and we have it slated for Ford Mavericks. I don't know if you've seen a Ford Maverick, but it's a lot smaller vehicle, doesn't have the capabilities of a 250. It doesn't have the pulling power, it can't pull a trailer like we need to. We can't put a liftgate on it for safety, and the payload is way, way less. That's a 4-foot bed, whereas you don't have the, if you're country music fans, the 8-foot bed that never needs to be made in the back, like Joe Diffie would say. It's probably not, so sorry about that. So we really need those 250s. They increase our capabilities big time. The good news is we do have a couple Mavericks. We tried them out. That's why I think they were in there for replacement. They're in that 33 range that Jason was talking about for what was allocated for replacement vehicles. And we will repurpose those. Our facility supervisor actually drives a Ford Maverick for his personal vehicle. And since he's moved up to supervisor from a lead, he no longer really needs his F-250. So that'll trickle down to our facilities folks over here. And he will drive one of our Mavericks that we have that our seasonals are using right now. And we will have a flex vehicle basically over here that the other Maverick will be used by City Hall staff, like if Autumn needs to go out, Clarabelle needs to go out and needs an official city vehicle, they'll be able to use that. And so the 2 new F-250s will go to our full-timers, and it'll increase their capacities. The next vehicle is, and I can speak with this in earnest, it is the Ford F-550. That is used right now by our irrigation lead, projects person, and it is a regular cab flatbed pickup with a 5th-wheel hitch in the back on the bed. We no longer, our 5th-wheel trailers, it's dated, it's old. We are looking at getting rid of that probably next year, and we're moving away from the flatbed 5th-wheel gooseneck trailer. No longer need that hitch, so we're going to go with we don't need a 550, we're going to downsize to try to keep it as economical as possible, go down to a 350, and put a service bed on the back. So that it will increase his capabilities there of being able to work on projects to take care of some of the deferred things that we have. And lastly, over in rec, I know Kevin needs, we have an older van over there, a passenger van. That is very important that we have, and we keep a passenger van in the fleet because we have the 2 buses, but what happens when you go to the city and you have to park at a garage? You need something lower, or you're not getting in there. So a low ceiling passenger van is truly needed for his outings, senior inclusion trips, youth trips. It's just really needed. So hopefully that breaks it down for you. That concludes my presentation.
Okay. Councilmember Asefa Dawson.
Yeah, thank you. Why is the one you just mentioned, I think the 12-seat van,
Yes,
the $64,000 is crossed out?
because they didn't have any funds in there for it. They
So
set
it's not
nothing aside.
happening?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's why we're fully funding that.
Oh, we are funding it.
Yeah. That's one of the things I'm pulling funds in for. It's probably the biggest. The irrigation truck, that's 24,000 needed to make that delta up, another 36 for each F-250, and I think it was 67,000 for the van. If I have my numbers correct.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your report, and thanks for your humor. I appreciate that. I understand you're going to be doing a country song right now, is that right?
Oh, yeah. No.
You got the mic.
Maybe if I went to
Nope.
Chico State, I might do something like that.
Got it.
I did. I went to
Okay.
UW.
Well, there's another mic right here.
Even says Nashville on it.
Oh,
There you go. So I can't help but to wonder, I have, in general, seen an uptick on people getting the Mavericks.
oh yeah, great
Um,
gas mileage.
I mean, believe it or not, that's the chief drives that in the Milton PD. So I've seen that as an example. But why? Help me understand, because I wasn't here. I think when you guys got them. But what was the thought process, especially if it's not working out now? And I will say this: I'm glad you're repurposing them.
Yeah.
That's obviously a good thing. It's common sense. It's what people do in various departments in other cities. But what was the thought process in the beginning with that?
We were looking for something that would fit in budget, and we were looking for something specifically that our seasonal staff could use for litter getting, going around to parks, grabbing the litter and garbage, that kind of stuff. It just turns out, through staff, and they let me know, I got the feedback big time, they just weren't big enough. The payload in the back, it's not the truck we need. Reason being is we had vandalism at our school sites where we keep extra dumpsters and that so if you were out at a satellite park, you could go to those parks, dump your truck. It's not that big a deal if it is smaller, but we've had to remove those due to vandalism. People were setting them on fire, or we'd lock them up and they would just leave, they would dump their mess right outside. I mean, bags and bags of trash. So as it turned out, we were having to come all the way back to Steel Lake or Celebration to make our run, and it just took more time. So you might be saving on gas, but you're not on time. So a bigger truck with a bigger payload, we
Yeah.
can fit more trash in it, make a further run out without coming back.
Well,
if that makes sense.
and it's more efficient
Yes.
to have a bigger truck because you're killing a lot of time with the Maverick
Yeah.
going back and forth, which is,
And the trickle-down truckonomics, if you want to call it that, is
Mhm.
what's going to happen is the full-timers that have the F-150s now, they will go down to the seasonals, and then, like I said, I already told you what's going to happen
Yeah.
to the Mavericks. So they'll have a bigger payload.
so what is the timeline looking like with this year's seasonals, I assume, starting to come in or
We-
starting to be hired and obtaining these trucks?
Sure. We have the trucks that are still on paper here, the old ones, I believe, through the end of the year. Don't quote me on it, but I don't think they're going to go whoop and pull the rug out from us and just get rid of them. But we need to make the purchase on these new trucks so we can surplus. We'll get the new trucks first and then surplus these, if that makes sense.
So in these so there are going to be some trucks that are going to be surplus, but what happens to those old trucks?
They get surplus, they go to government auction, GSA.
And do we get money? How does that work? Do we get something?
Yeah.
Okay.
It goes to the general fund, I believe.
Got it. And on a last note, Actually, I'll share it with you when it gets closer, because you haven't started hiring seasonals, correct?
Oh, we're just about full.
Oh, you're just about full, okay.
We had to hire for Celebration, which is taken off, Steel Lake's taken off. The market has a bigger staff this year because we're putting it on the street.
Yep.
We have our floaters that go around and take care of, we're just about full. That's another thing, one of the Band-Aids I want to tell you about is we haven't really increased our full-time staff over the years that much, a little bit, but not much. But I can tell you, since I've started as a supervisor, we've increased our seasonal staff a lot. We probably hire close to 30 seasonals each summer.
Wow.
Nothing compared to Leaf. He hires a load more, but
Yeah.
that's a lot for us.
Well, good. Well, pass on my thanks to the seasonals. I used to be a seasonal.
Yes.
Back, my first summer from St. Martin's University. So there you go. So thanks to them in advance, and of course, thanks to all you guys for what you do.
Thank you.
All right, looks like we're finished with questions. Thank you very much for your presentation. Can I get a motion to forward the proposed fund allocation to the April 21st consent agenda for approval?
I move to forward the proposed fund allocation to the April 21st, 2026 consent agenda for approval.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to forward the proposed fund allocation to the April 21st consent agenda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Hearing none, the motion has passed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Richen. All right, now we are going to hear information, item K, from Mr. Clemens, who will provide us a Dumas Bay Center update.
Good evening. My name is David Clemens. For those of you who I am meeting tonight, I am the manager of the Dumas Bay Center. I had the pleasure of meeting you at the council retreat. Nice to meet you officially. Chair Sessoms, council members Hamilton and council member Moore. And I do believe I saw you cleaning up at Fusion last year, so thank you for your help there. Nice to see you again, Council President Honda, council members Asefa Dawson, Walsh, and Kochmar. So it's been a little while since I've been with you last, and I'm going to make my presentation as brief as possible, just in the sake of timeliness tonight. This is the information that is in your packet, and I've broken it down into the next couple of slides, so I'm going to fast forward to those. So this is Dumas Bay's current revenue year-to-date. Right now, for conference and lodging, we are at $102,552 with a monthly average of just over $34,000. In catering totals year-to-date, we're sitting at just over $33,000 with an average monthly at just over $11,000. Food and beverage, which is internal offerings from Dumas Bay, so direct food and beverage, is sitting at $7,763 with a monthly average of about $2,500. And miscellaneous revenue would include anything like equipment, ticket sales, staffing fees, so on and so forth. That is right now just under $3,000 for the year and about $988 monthly average. Our expenses. So the kitchen is expense 100. And right now our kitchen expenses for the year are just over $11,000 with a monthly average of $3,685. Our expense 101 is the DBC general fund. So this would be expenses that apply to kind of the general building overall expenditure. Right now, it's at $35,623 with a monthly average of just under $12,000. Expense 352 has to do with the theater, so anything with the Knutson Family Theater Complex. Right now, very low at $622 for the year, monthly average of $207. And then staffing for temporary staff is at $71,882 with a monthly average of $23,961. This is basically a breakdown by month of how many days the building was in use for different activities. And I want to always clarify, this is not the total amount of activities. These are the total amount of days that the activities were taking place. So something like a multi-day retreat where many retreats can be overlapping, that's only counted as a single day per day that it's taking in occurrence. So in January, social or meetings, single-day events, we had 7 total days in use. February, there were 4 total days. March, 4 total. Retreats, which are multi-day events where customers come and spend the evening with us for at least one evening, usually more. In January, a total of 20 days were in use for retreats, February 13, and March 21. KFT would be, again, the theater complex, and it was in use 30 days in January, 24 days in February, and 29 days in March. For those of you who are with me for the first time, I typically end my presentations with a picture of Titus and Remy. Today you get the pleasure of meeting Remy in a bag. That concludes my presentation.
All right. Council President Honda.
Oh, thank you. So who is using the theater now?
Primarily Center Stage Theater.
And the church is completely gone?
Unfortunately, we do not have an active church rental. We have recently had an inquiry that is promising, but we're in the very, very initial phases of talks with them. So I'm hopeful that we'll be able to move forward with them, but I'll keep you updated on that.
So how do these numbers of usage compare to last year?
Well, the usage is definitely for this quarter lower than what I'm used to reporting. It's an absolute ebb in a world of ebbs and flows. The theater is very consistent with its usage, which is frequent. We unfortunately had a big loss, which was a bummer. One of our bigger clients, who's usually with us twice per year, has dropped down to once per year. And then, as Jason mentioned, we had a pretty devastating weekend during the power outage where I lost 2 groups, which was a fair amount of business as well.
But they understand that wasn't our fault.
Oh, absolutely. They were very gracious, and they'll both be back. One is actually returning next month, and the other will be back next year.
So did the city pay for them to go to a hotel or just cancel their retreater?
There were 2 groups with me over that weekend. One group was halfway through their retreat, so they elected to go to a local hotel so that they could finish their business, which is a retreat focused on learning and a leadership exploration. The other group was a crafting group, I believe a sewing group, and unfortunately that was a total loss. They stuck it out for the first night in hopes that the power would come back on, which it did not until much later, and so they elected to go home. It was not feasible for them to stay.
How long were you without power?
We lost power at around noon on Friday. It returned on Saturday about 3 o'clock.
So most of our buildings have generators, but this building does not.
It does not.
Is there
We have a
reason for
small
that?
generator, but it's absolutely useless when it comes to providing power for any of the activities that those groups would have engaged in. We're not able to cook or provide any kind of food service. And the group that is the learning group that was there for leadership exploration, they're Zooming and streaming and have video recording and showing their recordings. And the other group is literally, a room full of sewing machines. There's just no way to provide any type of capability for either of them with the current condition.
Okay, thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Councilmember Sefa Dawson.
Yeah, I was going to ask about the generator, so, thank you.
For clarity, we have a generator here in this building, and we have a generator at the Evidence Building across the street, and we have a generator at the community center. We don't have one at the PAC, and we don't have one at Dumas. Jason, do you have a ballparky figure of what a generator would cost to run Dumas Bay in whole, like, city halls?
Probably. I mean, we should look at the maintenance center, the new O&M building, because we just put one in there, but I'd venture it's 350 to 500.
Thank you.
May I ask a follow-up? So did we not talk about Dumas Bay as a place to house people from the valley at one point because of that? So would it not make sense to have a generator there if we could find the funding?
It might make sense, and we definitely did talk about that when they had the flooding down in Algona. We weren't experiencing any problems like they were.
Right,
So
right, yeah.
we had full power at
Right.
that time, but yeah, you make a good point, yeah, absolutely.
Because that area is always, Federal Way seems to be losing power down there.
It's susceptible.
Absolutely, it's a huge
susceptible down there. But, I mean, I think we got bigger problems at Dumas. We need to worry about the major renovations or rebuild that needs to occur there. And when we make those decisions, we should factor in having a generator down there in the future.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, I was kind of curious to see what type of revenue that Remy brought into the facility. I didn't see that in the list.
They're actually quite the draw. We have many groups that are familiar with them and actually will request for them to be present. I do not bring them unless it's been, cleared with the group that it's okay. But they are a little mascots of sorts. Yeah.
Would you guys be hosting any visitors for the World Cup?
We've received no inquiries yet. However, we are very open to that and ready to accommodate anybody who needs to stay there. Yeah.
I mean, and that's being marketed, correct? So that's a good question.
Please repeat that.
Yeah, I mean, I assume there's marketing efforts behind to let people know that, hey, come stay with us, World Cup, that type of stuff. Is
We
that right?
haven't done any marketing for the World Cup as of right now.
Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you very, very much for the information, Mr. Clemens. We really appreciate the update.
Sure thing. See you in a couple months, everybody. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you. Thanks, Dave.
All right. Item L, we're going to hear from Stacia Winters, who will provide a PAC update. Welcome.
Thank you. Give me 1 second. I usually have this up and ready. I gotta find it. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Let's see if I can, there we go. Good evening, Chair Sessoms, Council President Honda, Council and committee members. Thank you so much for having me tonight. I'm Stacia Winters, the General Manager at the Federal Way Performing Arts and Event Center. And I'm here to do our annual report. We've been pushed back a couple of times, so I am reporting on our end of year for 2025, but did want to report on that and how well our last year went, so that you all have the great news and all the good things that have happened at the PAC. This year in general, we beat every goal that we had, and we had record numbers in everything across the board: attendance, ticket sales, revenue, everything that you can think of. We did record numbers in 2025, which was very exciting. For attendance, we had 48,000 people attend. That's a 26% increase from 2025. Theater tickets sold, 24,000 theater tickets were sold. That's a 17% increase from 2025. Total usage days was 271 usage days, so most of the year we had something happening, whether it was a concert or conference, gala, anything you can think of. That is a 25% increase from 2025 as well. Our gross revenue, these are the different categories that we break it down into. Ticket revenue, we had a 19% increase, and we hit $1 million in ticket sales for the first time ever at the PAC. Rental revenue, we nearly doubled our rental revenue from 2024 at $865,000. Facility fees, this includes some ticket fees and other things, $183,000, 77% increase. And then food and beverage revenues was a 24% increase, about $100,000 increase. And other revenue, it's kind of blocked. We did have an 82% increase up to $57,000. This includes merchandise, sponsorships, and some other kind of miscellaneous revenues like vendor fees and different things that we have with events. Our total revenue was $2.6 million, which is a 42% increase, and that is our gross revenues. So our event operating income, this is a term that defines our event revenues minus our event expenses. So for 2025, it was $675,000, which versus our 2024 numbers, it was an 80% increase. We nearly doubled it, and a lot of that was a lot more events. We did a lot more events this year than we have previously. Overall financials year to date, like I said, $2.6 million in revenue. Total event expenses were $1.9 million, and total operating expenses, that's our overhead expenses and things that are not event classified, are $1.6 million, for a net investment into the PAC in 2025 of $914,000. Our budget for this year was just over $1 million, so we did beat our budget by $120,000. The Resident Arts Organization program, this is something that was approved last year to help fund the work happening at the PAC with the Resident Arts Organizations. The total program cost for this was about $73,000 this year. This was on top of the PAC budget. We did receive some revenue to help cover these program costs. So $30,000 was received from For Culture, Doors Open grant funding, and Arts Foundation Federal Way this year was able to contribute $6,500. So the net program costs ended up being $36,000. We had a lot more partnerships, which was really exciting to see this really start to grow and boom this year. Last year, we had about 6 partners throughout the year. As you can see, that increased substantially. This year, we had 15 partnerships, which was super exciting. And these are from every level. We had a number of event sponsors, but also a lot of these are annual building sponsors. Many of them have re-signed for a second year or even third year at this point, so we're excited to see that community support and engagement really continue to grow. Another super important partnership to us, of course, is our partnership with Arts Foundation Federal Way. They support our Arts for Youth programs and a lot of other free community programming at the PAC. This year with community outreach, we welcomed over 4,000 people to 4 free community events, including our Chalk Fest, Earth Day, Fall Festival, and Holiday Festival, as well as a 6-film free family movie series over the summer. They also put on 6 Arts for Youth programs and a week-long theater camp with us. This welcomed nearly 5,000 students to see live events for the first time. We also started a new program with Arts for Youth in which we used our professional artists who tour at the PAC, and they did workshops with students. So that was a really cool experience. We just brought, a couple of the bands in to work with a mariachi band and get to work with these professional artists and ask them questions and hone their craft that way, which is an exciting thing that we're beginning now. Overall, our goals this year, our ticket revenue goal was $867,000. We did beat that. Like I said, we passed $1 million. We also surpassed both our theater rental revenue and our event space revenue by over 100% of our goal. And then our food and beverage revenue, we also beat by over $100,000. 121% of our goal was reached there. Our attendance goal this year was 40,000 attendees. Like I said, we did have 48,000, so we accomplished that goal as well. Our usage days, our goal was 222 usage days, and we had 273. Free community events, our goal was 5. We ended up having 9 free community events. And then our types of events, our goal for weddings is 4. We had 4 last year. We have already had 4 this year, so that's going to really continue growing. The wedding business is growing at the PAC. Banquets and meetings, our goal was 50, and we held 70. Our nonprofit events, our goal was 10, we held 32, and Arts for Youth events was 6, and we held 6. A couple of upcoming events that are very exciting that I just wanted to highlight. Of course, we have mini concerts and other things, but in May we do have our 4th annual Arts Explosion with the Arts Commission in the City of Federal Way. That's always an excellent event, and we're really excited to have it back. I know it's growing a lot, and they're bringing in even more artists than last year, which is going to be great. And then, of course, in June we do have the Kickin' It Federal Way Festival that we're working on with the City of Federal Way and Arts Foundation. That is growing to be something really awesome, and we have more stuff coming out every day about it, so we're excited to have everybody out for a few days that weekend. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Councilmember Hamilton and then Council President Honda.
Well, this might be the most exciting report of the night.
Thank you so much. That's why you put me at the end.
What is driving the revenue increase, and how do we capitalize on that? More.
Absolutely, yeah. There's a few things. I made a lot of changes in 2024, which I think we saw come to fruition in 2025. I kind of remodeled how we did our rental fees and what was included in that to make it a little bit easier, a little more turnkey for our clients rather than, charging for a lot of different things. It just includes a lot, and we try to make sure that we make it really easy for them to come in, which has helped. I also just think relationship building, middle of 2024, I think it was July or August, we brought on Brett, our sales manager. He helps drive our sponsorship revenue, which has increased substantially, but also with event sales, and he goes after event sales very hard. And so with him and I both going after conferences, concerts, private events, a big part of why our wedding business has increased is because he's always going after weddings and going to wedding shows and things. So it's
Wait,
a lot of effort on the.
Can you go back to the first one you said? You said, what did you say? You said
I adjusted how we do our rental fees.
Okay, and explain that.
Yeah,
more?
so previously, they had kind of a lower rental fee, but a lot of things were tacked on to it. So you were renting equipment or paying for labor for this or labor for that. I kind of reevaluated how we did it and made it so that, you pay a lump sum for a room for amount of time, but it includes X, Y, Z, and you don't have to think about it. It really, on our end, it doesn't change a lot, fortunately, with our revenue, but it helps a lot with client retention because it just makes their experience a lot better.
Right.
There's no surprises, there's no extra fees that come up right before their event. It's just a lot more transparent and cohesive for a client, which helps our retention a lot. We've brought a lot of clients back just because it's easy for them.
Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. Keep doing that, please.
Thank
Okay,
you. Yes,
continue.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, so those are some of the things, but like I said, bringing on some staff, key staff that has helped a lot. We've got a great marketing manager and sales manager that started kind of mid to late 2024, and their efforts are making a huge difference in the stuff that we're doing. Also, we're just really trying to pivot the view of the PAC, and I think that that has changed a lot in the last couple of years. I hope that you guys are experiencing it out in the community, but we want to be a place that's accessible, but also successful. And, everybody that we talk to, I am very open with all of our clients, even if it's out of their price range, how can we meet somewhere? Whether it's adjusting a date, can you do your event on a Tuesday instead of a Saturday because I can give a better rental rate on a Tuesday? Those kind of things to help meet in the middle to make sure we're accessible to as many people as possible while also being successful on our end.
Oh my gosh, I love that because I have said in the past that I believed that the success of the PAC was going to depend on the accessibility of the PAC, and the success would take care of itself. And I'm literally seeing that. And so, great job, and this is very exciting to hear. Thanks.
May I jump in really quickly? Because while Stacia was very honest and talked about her team, her success, their success, Stacia's efforts along with her team and Autumn's help behind the scenes on a lot of things has just been magical. And you're seeing the fruits of the labor that goes on. She's not exaggerating at all when she talks about how accessible it is. If you haven't been to a show, I've been to several. I just took a friend of mine to a show recently, absolutely blown away by the quality of the show, but even more blown away by the quality of the staff, who 90% of them had no idea who I was. They hadn't met me, and so we got treated like everybody else, which was absolutely fabulous, and that's a real testament to Stacia and her team. So we're really, really happy Brian did a great job, and Stacia's taken it to absolutely the next level. So we're incredibly proud and happy to be working with them.
Thank you, John.
Thank-
Council President Honda.
Thank you. And I have heard great things about Stacia. I've had people who've been to the PAC before and who are here now, and they enjoy working with you, so thank you. Do we have an update on naming rights?
I don't have an official update, but I can tell you that there are pitches and conversations that are out there and happening right now. I don't have anything official that I can give right now, but we are constantly working on it, and there are some exciting things happening right now that could be great in the future.
Okay, and can you define what a usage day is? Would that be a meeting with 5 people in the building, or is there a point at which you
So
define
that covers pretty much anything that is outside of like my staff doing our regular day-to-day operations. So that could be a small meeting in the patrons lounge. It's all of our REO rehearsals count towards usage days, and then of course paid events as well.
And the one thing you did forget to mention is the senior health fair coming up.
Yes,
On May
yes,
12th.
I apologize. It is coming
That's
up,
okay.
yes. That is going to be a fabulous event as well. I know that they're growing bigger. I actually need to call Amy tomorrow and make sure that we have all the tables and things that
Yes,
we need
if
for
we
that.
had a bigger space, it would be awesome.
I know, we're
Yeah.
maxing out almost for that, but
All right, thank you so much.
absolutely, thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. Stacia, you guys are rocking it. It's just fantastic. I mean, I remember sitting up on the dais years ago, wondering what the future of the PAC is going to be. And I remember hearing, quite frankly, complaints, concerns about the PAC, and how it's not turned out to be what it was supposed to be in terms of residential groups being able to rent it out. And it appears, and it sounds, and I feel that that's been addressed. And you're always addressing that. I love the fact that you said that I want to make it accessible, and I will work with you. I think especially, I'm going to lean hard on residential groups. This is their PAC. Right? And to let them know that through your actions, that this can be accessible, let's see if we can work it, goes a long ways. And I appreciate that effort, that sincere effort. I think modernizing and streamlining and putting best practices into the rentals, it really is all about the customer. And if they're disgruntled, it's going to be a challenge to get them to come back. And again, the fact that you're checking that off the box is fantastic. You know, I will tell you that the community events, as you and I have talked, are amazing. They're absolutely amazing. I mean, as a father of 2 young kids, it's so critically important. And not only that, but that it opens up opportunities, I think, left and right. So there's obviously a benefit for the PAC, but it's a huge benefit to the community. It's a nice little return on their tax dollars.
Yeah.
It's you know, so and I think it also really, honestly, it enhances our city that much more through that actions. And the events that you've had are phenomenal. And I think I saw a slide in there where you upped those free events. And of course, anytime there's an opportunity to do so, I would continue to expand on that, because the more we can let the public know, here, come for free, come here on a Saturday, be with us, is just, especially in the summertime, when there's no school, I think is so important. And to diversify that as well, you know, how do we capture, you know, our high schoolers and or whatnot too, as well. So, and I think there's, I mean, I love the report, I love the datas. I'm very curious about what the new goals are, and see how you guys come up with that. I'm assuming you already have the new goals.
Yeah, we do. It is written into our management agreement, so it's
Right.
an incremental increase. It kind of depends on the goal, but it's by a percentage every year that we have to increase. So those new goals, I'll be updating you on next month on how our first quarter went and how we're looking on those goals.
Well, this is fantastic. I do think there could be some good PR with this as well. I don't know how, I'll leave that to you, but I think it'd be a good thing to kind of share with the public of, here's some good things that are really happening. And the shows that you guys do have lined up are really good.
Thank
There's
you.
one that There's one I need to get tickets to, but it's, I'm not going to say what it is because I don't want it to be sold out by the time I get to the computer, but it's a really big deal. My wife's really, really excited about it, so thank you.
Well, thank you so much. And I would also like to credit not only the council, but also Arts Foundation, the support for the REOs specifically, but also all the support given for the free community events. We wouldn't be able to do that by ourselves. We truly just don't have the budget. So the changes that we made to the MOUs last year, I know the REOs feel it heavily, and we've been able to have incredible relationships with them. And a lot of that comes from your guys' support for those changes. So thank you.
Great. Councilmember Asefa Dawson.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you. I also want to say, just sing your praise, because you're very accessible, available, and you, yeah, so I appreciate that about you. 2 questions.
Yes.
One is, actually, maybe 3. One is around allowing outside catering. I know we've talked about it, and I don't know where we landed or where you...
Yeah, so we do have an outside food and beverage policy that we've been kind of playing with and figuring out over the last probably 9-ish months. It's not something that we necessarily put out there heavily, but any clients that come to us and ask, and especially cultural foods, that's the biggest thing. We've probably done 3, I think, now that have brought in outside catering. Obviously, there's some stipulations just to make sure we're following health code and health safety, but it is possible, and we've worked with a few clients already, and I know we have, I think, another couple on the books.
Perfect, because, yeah, I can definitely get you connected with that. And then we did talk about free events, but is there a sliding fee where people can attend events that don't have to pay, or if they can't afford to pay the full rate?
I guess it depends on what kind of events you're asking about. So of course, our free community events are completely free. Concerts.
Concerts.
Yeah, concerts. So most of our concerts are rental clients. So I don't have any say or anything to do with their ticket prices for most of our concerts. That said, our PAC Presents concerts, I do try to have a very concerted effort with our tickets and have a $20 or $30 ticket available for all of our PAC Presents concerts to make sure that there is an accessible level for people to attend. So that's something that, anything that I have a concerted effort in making sure that we can have accessibility, I do put that forward when it's within our control.
Thank you so much, because that's great.
Yeah.
Just making sure that people are included and
Yeah, absolutely.
not left out because they can't afford. And lastly, I kind of briefly mentioned this to you about having a cultural show or something at some point, and I know you're looking into it for 2027.
Yes,
So
yeah.
hopefully-
We're working on a number of really fun things for 2027 into 2028 for the 10-year anniversary. So I'm not going to put too much out there, but we are working on a lot of really fun things, and some of it is very cultural based. So we're very excited
Okay.
about that.
So I'd like to know more and see how we can
Absolutely.
coordinate to do it.
Yeah, and we're kind of in the starting phases of that, but you're also one of the people on our list to reach out to help making sure that those things happen and that we have the right contacts for some of that. So
Thank you so much.
that will be coming soon.
Thanks.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Walsh.
Stacia, great job. The others have asked most of the questions that I was going to ask, and so I don't have many more questions. I am anxious to see your 2026 goals.
Yeah,
And, but talking about the customer experience, with my own business, customer experience is everything. And you've just done a tremendous job with creating that customer experience and making it easy for, event planners. They want to have a problem-free, stress-free
Yes.
thing. I mean, their job is basically one of your jobs is to make the event planner look good
Exactly.
for their client. And obviously you're doing that. And so thank you, and keep up the good work.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that information. We appreciate it. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we are going to have Ms. Grissett. Welcome.
Good evening. I'll close out all this for you guys.
Good evening, Chair Sessoms, Council President Honda, and council members. Autumn Gressett, Contract Administrator and Community Relations Liaison for the Parks Department. I have before you tonight the authorization to expand fleet, purchase stage trailer, and allocate King County levy funds. We received a grant from For Culture for an equipment purchase in the amount of $11,250. We're requesting to also utilize $14,730 from King County levy to purchase a towable stage trailer from Best Trailers out of Georgia in the amount of $25,980. The city solicited via a request for quote and received two responses, one response, which was about $54,000 over our budget. So we reopened the request and ultimately received a secondary response for the amount of $25,980. It is a turnkey, ready to be delivered to us stage trailer. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions about the policy question before you.
Council President Honda.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
So what have we used in the past to move the stage around?
So we currently don't have a stage like this. This is a towable trailer with a fold-down back, and the stage folds out the side of it. But one of our F-250s will tow this around. It's got a standard hitch that any one of our big trucks can move. And most of our parks trucks are that for any of our maintenance guys.
So this is a truck that has a stage built into it?
It is a trailer.
A trailer,
It has a
excuse me.
stage built into it, yes.
And how big is the stage? How many people can be on it?
The stage is roughly 16 by 8, and so typically it's utilized for small groups or speaking. That's about the size that we would set up at the farmer's market anyway in the past, or some of our smaller events. So this gives us the flexibility to have some storage inside the trailer, specifically for farmer's market items or special event items, and then quickly deploy the stage without having to take all the stage sections down. For instance, if we had rented a different one or purchased a multiple piece stage.
So if we did not use the King County Parks levy funds for this, what else would we use those for?
That is the current funding source that we were able to identify. There wasn't another funding source that we were able to pull from. As Jason mentioned tonight, we are exhausting our budget across the board from a maintenance perspective, and so this would be the solution that we would put forth for council.
So one of the things I'm doing when I look at spending money right now, because we are in such a tight position, is asking myself, is this truly needed? And so I'm going to ask you why we need this at this point.
We have needed a stage for the farmers market and special events for years. It's one of the reasons that we applied for the grant. We did apply for a grant asking for full funding. We just didn't receive it. It's something that will make our deployments at all of these different events easier. We're able to rent this out potentially for some special events and regain some of that revenue as time goes on. But we have to have a stage at least for farmers market. That is a city event that we now run that we have to have a stage at. We don't currently own one outside of our big one that we could deploy. And deploying that big stage every single weekend isn't feasible. We already have logistically a lot that happens between 5 a.m. and 9 a.m. every single Saturday. This allows for a quick deployment and our team to focus their efforts on barricades and vendor setup and all of that other stuff.
So my understanding of the farmers market is that we have cut the special events down to just a few this year. So why do we need a stage there?
It is my understanding that we will have a stage every single weekend. What is being programmed on that would be something I'd have to double check with Kevin and the rest of the team that's working on farmers market. But I'd be happy to find out and get back to you if you're wanting to know what they're doing every single weekend.
I would, because when they gave us a report at FedRAC, they clearly stated that they cut back most of the events to Mother's Day. There's just a few events this summer instead of having something every week. So it would be interesting to know why we would need a stage there every day.
If
or
I
every
may,
Saturday.
council member, there's a couple of reasons. It's not just farmers market, but smaller, the other stage, as Autumn alluded to put that stage out with the canopy on it, minimum 14 people, on and off, 14 people, and it's relatively, I'm going to stop just short of saying dangerous, but it's not an easy job, and it's 14 people. We don't have hardly ever 14 people available at the same time. So that's one. having a smaller stage that's easy to deploy for lots of events, not just farmers market. But you make a good point. You're right that we did cut back on several of the special events that tied to the farmers market. The other nice thing about this particular stage is it doubles as a trailer. So pretty much all of the farmers market equipment can go right into the trailer when it folds up. It folds into a trailer, so all the farmers market stuff is transported back and forth one time. So from an efficiency standpoint, it's really helpful. And we have other events that we don't need the huge stage, we need a smaller stage. So that's some reasons, if that helps at
All
all.
right, that helps more than
Okay.
we needed a
Understood.
stage at the farmer's
Right,
market.
yeah, and I get that, so, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Sefa Dawson.
Yeah, it's not a question, but I think the funds come from for culture and King County Parks levy.
That is correct.
So I think it's a great idea, and I'm glad we're doing this because we're not using money from our general fund. And the time you spent on it may be what's critical, but otherwise having these funds to use it. And depending on when we get it, it could probably be used for kicking, what is it called? The soccer.
We're using a much larger stage for kicking it, just because of the caliber and the size of the event. So
we
you'll
don't
see
need
our
it for
big
that.
stage at Kicking It.
Okay, got it. But yeah, I think it's a great idea, and I'm glad you're doing it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
Adam, I'm going to push back a little bit. I like the stage idea, that's good, but I think one of the questions that Council President had that I'm actually curious about is, obviously, we're using the levy funds for this. If that was not an option, what else could we use those levy funds for?
King County levy funds, we have the flexibility to use those on almost anything we want to. We've used them on vehicles, we've used them on staff, we've used them for capital projects. And so, again, we were faced with the challenge of programming the farmer's market. We had Kicking It coming on. We need a place to store all that. Barricades coming. It's a whole different setup this year. And so, again, this was an item that we were hoping was going to be fully funded by the Floriculture grant. Unfortunately, it was not. Rather than turn back half the price and say, here, we can't use your money, we didn't get it all, we felt it was better to leverage that money available to us in the King County levy to purchase the trailer, stay in good standing with Floriculture, and it gives us the additional versatility and flexibility, not only for the farmer's market, but for many other events. It increases our capability. Yes, could $15,000 be used towards any of that capital project list I showed you? Absolutely. But again, it's a matter of priorities and funding available. This is the source we had available. It seems logical, and we'd like to move forward. We think it's a good advancement for the Parks Department and as a whole.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Council President Honda.
Thank you. So unless Floriculture has changed their mission is for heritage and arts events. And so if we're getting a grant for this stage from Floriculture, does that mean that we will make it available for our resident art groups to use without a cost?
That has not been something that has been discussed. Anything that the stage would be utilized for outside, just like any of our other equipment, would typically be a rental. And most of our resident arts groups are utilizing the PAC, but that is even subsidized. That, yes, it's at no cost to the resident arts groups, but that comes out of our PAC budget, which general fund helps push. So if we were going to offer them that, there would have to be additional subsidy, I think, to help cover staff labor and everything. But it's not currently part of a program that we've put together.
So if it takes 14 people for the big stage, how many people does it take to set this up?
It should just be a couple of people, but it's the time and the wear and tear on the vehicles as well, and the wear and tear on the equipment. Usually, even though it might only take 1 or 2 people to deploy it, you also would typically have a park staff member that's there for the duration to offer support if something is needed. So most park staff would be an 8-hour day. If it was a special event.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Is there a motion to authorize to expand fleet purchase stage trailer and allocate King County levy funds and move to the April 21st consent agenda?
I move to forward the proposed expansion and purchase to the April 2026 consent agenda for approval.
I second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say nay. Hearing none, the motion has passed. Next.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, we are going to hear from Attorney Adam Gadberry, who will be providing information on the flag policy overview.
Okay, good evening, Chair and committee members, Council President, and council members. Tonight, I'm going to run through, as always, a brief rehash on the Supreme Court case that just kind of lays the legal framework for this discussion, a brief recounting of the past policy, and then the committee has requested a more in-depth city survey of how other cities have handled this particular issue. So we'll run through that and then have some discussion at the end. Charlotte v. City of Boston, I'm sure you guys have heard this several times. The short story is that Boston previously, before the lawsuit, allowed private groups to raise flags on one of their 3 flagpoles at City Hall. For years, that was what they did. They allowed hundreds of requests to go through, and then eventually, one group requested to fly a Christian flag. There's no description what that flag looked like, but out of concerns of the Establishment Clause, the city declined that application and told that group, no, thank you, we have some First Amendment concerns, and we won't permit that to fly. The Supreme Court unanimously, 9-0, ruled for the citizen group, holding that the flag raising was private speech because the city of Boston lacked a written policy, did not meaningfully review or approve the flags, and it never denied a request based on content before, and thus their denial of the Christian group violated the group's free speech rights. So the city had a First Amendment concern, but they just chose the wrong part of the First Amendment. So the takeaways from the case are, if the city has no policy on flag flying and it has allowed all or most requests, then the city creates a public forum. And at that point, the First Amendment is triggered and there's heightened scrutiny of that policy, or in this case, lack of a policy. And thus it requires any request to fly a flag has to be honored. If a city restricts the flags to those that represent the supported elected government, that is okay. The city may lawfully limit what flags are flown. The key part of that is to recognize and always remember that if you have a public forum, we're dealing with First Amendment considerations for the public and the private groups that are trying to speak. If the government has a policy that dictates what flags are flown, it shifts the analysis to whether or not it's government speech, right? Is the government itself choosing to speak? Is it choosing not to speak when it comes to raising flags? And by doing so, the city can avoid viewpoint discrimination. The choice of what flags get flown can be made by establishing a written policy, and best practices would be to have a written policy that dictates what the choice of the city is, and then obviously stick to that. There are 2 quotes in the main opinion and then in one of the concurrences that I want to highlight. I think it's important to highlight that we have Justice Breyer, who's on one ideological spectrum of the court, and then you have Justice Alito, who's on the polar opposite side of that ideological spectrum. But they both agree in principle to what this analysis is. So Justice Breyer wrote, "The First Amendment's free speech clause does not prevent the government from," and I in bold, "declining to express a view." And then Justice Alito in his concurrence wrote, "Governments are not natural persons and can only communicate through human agents who have been given the power to speak for the government." So taken together and on the whole of the City of Boston case, the idea here is You find people, as the elected officials, are the agents that decide how the city is going to speak when it comes to the issues of flags and what flags are flown, whether it's our current policy, which is just the ones required by law and the armed services flags of the memorial, or is it going to be something different? So the past policy, the council really punted the issue after lots of discussion and deferred to the mayor. So the mayor's policy was the city-owned flagpoles are a limited forum reserved for government speech, not public speech. And then the city may fly certain flags recognizing events, causes, or groups via a mayoral proclamation. The current policy that was changed in October is the city will fly no other flags other than the U.S. flag, the state flag, the city flag, the POW, MIA flag on certain days as directed by law, and then the military branch flags at the Veterans Memorial. So turning to the city survey and kind of what other cities have done, and as City Attorney Ryan Call made a comment in his presentation, not all these policies are easy to locate and track down, so these are the ones that we were able to find. But the cities that only fly flags that are required by law, which essentially is our policy, are Sequim, Sunnyside, Olympia, and Lakewood. So those 4 cities all essentially have what our policy is. They don't make references necessarily to, a memorial, like a war memorial, but for those 4 cities, they only fly the flags that are required by law. So that's one category of how cities can handle this particular policy. The other group of cities, and there are 6 that I'll go over, they all essentially have the same policy with minor deviations. But what they all do at some level is the council has enumerated which flags the council agrees will be flown. And then the various policies dictate, some cities have specific dates that they're flown, others punt to the mayor or city manager at their discretion on when or how long those flags may be flown. So City of Covington, at the city manager's discretion, the flags that are approved to be flown are the city flag, any flags received by the city as an award. Their example in their ordinance was a Tree City flag. And then flags celebrating regional or professional sports teams. Gig Harbor's list is the pride flag in June in front of the Civic Center. They also permit sister city flags at the discretion of its mayor, and only during official visits by their sister city delegations. City of Lacey has a pre-approved list by council, which is the sister city flag, the Progress Pride flag, Juneteenth flag, and then a couple of their local tribe flags, so the Nisqually Indian tribe and the Swaxon Indian tribe flag. Any other flag must be approved by a vote of council at a regular council meeting. Renton, again, these are flags that have been approved, but at the mayor's discretion, are the city flag, pride flag, Juneteenth, sister city flag, and then like the previous city, they all have to be approved at a regular council vote. Spokane, theirs is any flag authorized by federal, state, or mayoral proclamation. I included them in this list, not the prior list, because they did have a carve-out, which is essentially what our prior policy was. So it's the state, federal, and then if the mayor has a proclamation, those flags can be flown. And then Tacoma has the Progress Pride flag, Trans Pride flag, Juneteenth, Orange Commemorative flag, which is a gun violence awareness flag, and then city flag as directed by the city manager. So with that, any questions?
I am calling for questions. Councilmember Moore.
Well, thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it. I appreciate that there's some nuances in here from what I can recall. So thank you for that. I ultimately, we as a council need to decide what we're going to do and where we're going to go with this. I like the fact that there are some flags that have been voted that will always fly. And then I typically like the one where, get the council to vote on a certain flag. I think that's that's one idea that kind of stood out at me. But regardless, I think, whether it's the next Parks and Human Services Committee, I think we need to come up with some ideas, thoughts, pencil it in, and then see where that goes, and see if we can get the various commissions to chime in, see what they think. I like the idea of maybe, obviously, there seems to be no desire, if I heard it correctly, to fly flags right here. I also heard comments where it's really kind of hidden, so no one would really be able to see it. And I know that I'd like to see if Sound Transit has a piece of land that they could allow for something like this to occur, maybe, in the downtown corridor, somewhere in the downtown. Another possibility is the PAC, flying something there as well. So just some ideas, but, I'd be, again, curious of okay, how do we move this thing forward? Or maybe, again, not to put anybody in a spot, but maybe we come back next month with some more concepts. So, eventually, this thing ought to go to the commissions, and then we ought to take a yes or no vote of what we're going to do. And I think we can come up with a compromise. I believe that we can come up with a compromise on this. So that's just my initial thoughts to kind of start the discussion. And I will give it back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Walsh, and then Councilmember Kochmar.
Personally, I still like the one that we adopted in October and is our current policy. I think that's, I'm getting a glare from somebody out there, but anyway, if it were changed, I think that it would be best to have it someplace other than City Hall. The place that was mentioned previously, I don't think is a suitable place because it's the flag is in the middle of traffic, and any event there would not be suitable for because of traffic restrictions. And so I don't think that would be the appropriate place. But if we were to change it, I think it'd be best to have it someplace other than City Hall. But I like the way that we have it right now.
Thank you. Councilmember Kochmar.
I guess I just have a question. I guess I never really considered this. There's 285 cities in Washington State, 285? 281. Out of all those, those are the only, so I guess clarification, those are the only cities that you found a flag policy? Is that what you're saying?
I did not pull up a Wikipedia list of every city in the state and went and searched one by one. These were just the ones that were easy to find. We can certainly do more work to do a significantly more thorough search, but I would hazard a guess that the cities that have tackled this problem are going to be all very similar to what you saw tonight. I mean, every city that was very easy to find was either our current policy, which is we are out of the flag raising business as a city from a government speech standpoint. We're just going to fly the ones that are required by law. And then the other category are the various city councils have made conscious decisions to say, yes, these 4 or 5 or 2 flags are what we want. Regardless, I think the point remains the council has to make a decision on where it wants to go. And is it a scenario where the council decides the current policy is actually acceptable from a government speech standpoint, or does the council want to open it up, again, for government speech only? This is not to create a public forum where any flag can be flown up a flagpole, but the council speaking has decided we're going to fly the Irish flag or a pride flag or the Seahawks or whatever the policy is going to be, it's going to have to be one that the council makes a conscious decision for. There's been comments about maybe getting input from the various commissions. I would be very hesitant to crack that door because when you start opening citizen input into what your policy is going to be that governs what your speech is going to be, it then becomes more and more difficult to defend when flag X is flown, but flag Y is not flown. And I think the council just needs to, within this setting, have those conversations on what flag or flags the council, a majority of council, does not have to be unanimous, but at least 4 members can agree on whatever list that may be, and then craft a policy that says, yes, we will fly these handful of flags on these certain dates for these certain events, because this is the government as the elected officials choosing to say, yes, these are causes or remembrances or reasons to celebrate that we support. Or it's not, and we stick to the current policy and just say, we're just not going to engage, and we're going to, as a government, as you're allowed to do, choose not to speak.
Well, whatever we decide, I just think that, we've had so much discussion on this for so long. We have so many things that we have to tackle. I just, one and done. Get it over with and get it done and move forward at some point. And I guess I'd be curious to really hear how many, I don't know if this is a big discussion across Washington State or just amongst certain cities that, for me, I had never considered the fact that no one else was having these discussions. So I was just curious. That's why I asked the question.
Yeah, for sure. And Boston as the example, they unfortunately were the ones that ultimately got sued, but they did not have a policy and they were very hands-off, and that
Right.
worked for a long time until it didn't.
Until it didn't, yeah. And I can see us getting into some issues. So, thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
Oh, no, actually, I'll give it to you.
Councilmember Hamilton, I am
Yeah.
so sorry.
So I have one question and then quite a few comments. Does the current flag policy that we have in place right now preclude us from recognizing groups like we have with flags in the past, recognizing them through a mayoral proclamation, sort of similar to what we just did at the last council meeting, where we had a proclamation and we had people receive it and we recognized and celebrated, whatever that was.
Does the flag policy prohibit a proclamation celebrating perhaps Juneteenth or
Sure.
any kind of
Yeah.
celebration?
Does the current policy we have right now preclude us from having a mayoral proclamation or a council proclamation? Because I think the important thing for me is to make sure that people, are recognized and that they're feeling celebrated and included. And I know that we do a lot of proclamations, and I wouldn't want to see that end.
No, the current flag policy does not prohibit mayoral proclamations of any kind. The flag policy just restricts what flags are flown. So nothing would prohibit or prevent any kind of proclamation from being made.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because I knew that the flag policy was somehow connected with the mayoral proclamations.
The
previous one.
If I can interrupt, the prior, yeah, correct. The prior policy required a mayoral proclamation to then have a flag be flown. The fact that our current flag policy restricts it to just the enumerated ones does not prevent any kind of proclamation by the mayor.
Okay, great. And so comments that I have is, I have heard the same criticism that Councilmember Moore has heard, is that flags flown here are not seen or not visible, and so therefore, they don't have as much of an impact on the community. And I'm surprised to see, actually, that Olympia, the city of Olympia, has the same policy we have right now. Because when I go to Olympia, which I go a lot, they have flags everywhere throughout their city. But it's private, businesses or private organizations that have these flags everywhere. And I got to say, Councilmember Moore, this might be breaking news.
Uh-oh. Oh, we're on air.
But
so
I
we're
actually,
recording.
I know the media's not here, but I agree with you when you say the answer is in the community. And in this, I'm surprised that we haven't had, community groups stepping up and wanting to take this on. I know that the Public Market was one of those groups that said that they wanted to do something like this with flags, and I was excited to hear that. My concern is the viewpoint discrimination. That's my concern with the government having flags, and I laid this all out at the council retreat. We're such a diverse community. I don't want to see people left out. And I also think that it's extremely important that we do not have unelected commission members driving policy, because that's what the council was elected to do. And I guess I have another question for you. So with that said, we now have been given 3 policy options. Can the commissions give us feedback on those policy options? Because that's what we would be voting on if we were to vote on something different.
I think my recommendation would be to invite them to come to the Parks Committee and offer public comment ahead of time before the council debates what the policy is going to be. Again, I think the more that we can bolster against influences from the citizens.
I hear you. It's the litigation.
That's the concern that I
Yeah.
would have, because again, not to beat a dead horse, but this policy is designed to govern government speech, which in this case is the elected officials here, right? So if it becomes harder to defend that position and policy if the elected officials, they go, well, we've consulted all the commissions, and really commissions have made some decisions here and recommendations, and council could be accused of allegedly rubber stamping the list, right? And are we really dealing with council engaging in government speech, or are we really flirting back with, is this private speech that's masquerading as government speech? And that would be my concern. So when it comes to whether it's private citizens or commission members, they're absolutely welcome to come, and they can provide their feedback at public comment for this committee, or whatever committee is tackling. I would assume it's going to remain with Parks, but they could come and provide you that feedback here, but that, I think, would create that protection for the city long-term that says, okay, well, we've heard from our constituents, and your elected officials who represent the citizens, right? So you've heard from your citizens that you represent what they would like to see, but it's still ultimately the council making the hard choice to decide what, when, and if the government is going to actually speak via flag-raising event or policy.
Okay. Thank you, and Craig, you're hearing all this, so yeah, take that back. And Ryan has done a great job explaining this about the policy decision before us and how that's going to happen and how it needs to happen. And so, I would say if you have public comment on it, bring it to us. We have a policy in place right now. If you have public comment on that policy, bring it to us. And, but I'm with Councilmember Kochmar. This is the 3rd presentation on this issue, and I think the issue is that, we do have a new council, and so this was wanting to be relitigated, and I think that's a good idea, but at some point, we need to decide on a policy and vote if we're going to change that policy. Because I have heard from community members, they would like to see this decision made one way or the other.
Councilmember Asefa Dawson.
Thank you, and thanks for the presentation. I think it's so interesting, after Councilmember Kochmar made her comment, I went ahead to look to see what other cities are doing, and the first thing that came up was Federal Way. So I'm surprised, but, so, yeah, I know we've been talking about this a lot, but we did have a policy where we were more inclusive and had other flags being flown, and not flying it at City Hall. I do agree with that, actually, we've heard and we've stated it before, because, yeah, we can't see it, and we don't have enough flagpoles, maybe, or whatever the reason may be. But, so finding a different location is going to be, I don't know who's going to be responsible for that, actually, so that's another work, of course. But I would like also to have public input, whether it goes to the Diversity Commission or other commission, and I know that's not something you recommend, but as we do with other policies or other recommendations, we take recommendations from other commission members or whoever brings their recommendations, and then we do decide. So at least having that input would be very helpful, because first, we don't have the time to look at all these flag policies. And secondly, I think they can come up with something that we could all agree on, rather than us deciding on this dais, because in December, we rescinded what we used to have, and we didn't all agree on it. And so I know we'll come to a vote, and yeah, we can vote on it, but I think being open-minded to include other flags rather than what we currently have is what I would really like to see happen. And one way of doing that is really by including other community members. Like I said, be it a committee from the Diversity Commission. I think I'll entertain that idea, so, thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I definitely don't want to rush through this, and I know, obviously, from the comments I've just heard, and maybe a misunderstanding, and that's, I know there's a desire to come to a decision because there's other things to be working on. Absolutely, I understand there's other things to be working on, but we also, I don't want to rush this. And, you know, when I added this to the council retreat, the first one, my intention was never to speed up on it or to rush through it. My intention was to be really thoughtful, to have thoughtful conversations, and come up with a compromise, quite frankly. And I think furthermore, I will say that we've had the Diversity Commission ask to play a role. We are the policymakers, obviously, totally understand that. But I think we can work with legal, I think we can work with our parties that might be involved to make sure that we can create a place where we can have the Diversity Commission, you know, have a discussion and recommend to the council. I think there's a role for them to come here. Obviously, that's one idea, as you've mentioned, but I think I would like for the Diversity Commission to discuss this. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Council President Honda said, let's have it go through all the commissions. And so I'm sure we can create an effort to make sure that it's contained, and we ask specific questions, and the commissioners can play a role in advising the council on this. You know, but and I understand that we have to come up with a policy for them to have a discussion for it. So that's, I think all that makes sense. But I do highly recommend that we take it to the commission, Diversity Commission at the very least, other commissions, if that's what the desire is. I can compromise. I think it needs to go to Diversity Commission, but if there's a desire in the council for it to go to all the commissions, I'm good with that. You know, so I think, and I want to make sure I speak my mind and my truth, and that's, I'm okay with the compromise of it not being at City Hall. That's a compromise on my part. I want it here, to be really honest with you. I want it here. I don't care if it's in a neighborhood. I don't care if it's not visible. I want it here because it signifies a message, and it says something to the community. but I'm willing to compromise and say, all right, let's look at other options, because I think it's really important that we have a policy that celebrates our entire community, and we have a creative process. And I think we really need to look at that. I don't think it just needs to be rushed. We can come up with some more concepts, some more ideas, more research. I'm sure I will do my own research as well that I will bring to the plate for our next committee meeting. But, we just take little pieces at a time, and eventually we will get to, hopefully, a compromise and a policy. So that's kind of what my thought is on this. And I do appreciate my colleagues' thoughts on this as well. And I do look forward to having more conversations to see if there's a way we can compromise, where we can come to the middle so that we can celebrate our entire community. Thank you.
Council President Honda.
Thank you. First, we have a policy. We voted on it in October, so we do have a flag policy. Secondly, there was a banner that was flown on the building for the Seahawks. I think it was the Seahawks. And people asked questions about that, so I just looked up the definition of a flag. And it says a flag is a piece of cloth often attached to a staff featuring distinctive colors or designs used as a symbol, signal, or decoration. So I imagine the banner on the front of this building was not considered a flag. But we do need to come to some kind of a decision if y'all want to change the policy, but we do have a policy now. If this were to go to commissions for their input, a commission can put anything on their agenda with the staff's approval and consent, or bring it to their meeting if they want to add it and it wasn't added to their agenda. And I don't know if any of the commissions are interested. I don't know if the senior commission, which I help staff, we haven't talked about it. I don't know if the arts commission is interested. I don't know if the parks is. If the diversity commission is, I know that they have said they are. Have they talked about it at any of their meetings since October, where they've come up with something that they want to recommend to us? Because that's what their role is to recommend to the council. But I haven't seen that or heard that, so I don't know if the Diversity Commission has done that, and I'm sure Craig could tell us because he's a member of that. But we do have a policy now, and if it's the desire to change the policy, that's what we're discussing. But I want to make it clear that we do have a policy now. And I think the sooner that we come to a decision that we either keep our current policy or we change it is for the better of the council, because we do have other things that we will be focusing on very soon, which will be the budget. I mean, come September, we are in this chamber a lot, having extra meetings, talking about our budget. And so we need to come to a decision fairly soon, in my opinion, if we want to change the current policy and what we would change it to. And it's hard to talk.
Councilmember Sefa Dawson.
Yes.
And then Councilmember
Can I go first, real quick? Mind? We do have a staff member who is in the diversity committee meetings here, and she can probably tell us whether the diversity committee has discussed that or not. If that's all right.
Sure.
Yeah. I figured you didn't mind if I said that.
Good evening, council members, Chair Sessoms, Council President Honda, Angelina Allen, PC, Community Development Department. The Diversity Commission has had conversations throughout this period of time. I think what they've been doing is waiting for you to make a decision if you are going to kick it back to them to have conversations and then make a recommendation. So I think part of why I'm here, even though Craig is serving as a public citizen, we're here to listen and to determine what decision you all will make. And if you are directing the Diversity Commission to look at this more carefully, then this would be brought up at their next meeting in May.
Thank you. Councilmember Asefa Dawson.
Yeah. So actually, my comment was going to be to your question, which now Angelina answered, was we have not commissioned them or directed anyone to do it. So I think that's, thank you, because that's what I thought we haven't done. And Martin, having it here, the only problem I have is who comes to City Hall but people who need to go to court and/or city business. And so that's why the visibility, if this is important to us, then visibility should also be important. So having it here, and you have to, honestly, you have to want it to see it, right? So how many people, when they're coming to do business, really look up to see what flags we have flying? So that's the only, that's one reason why I think somewhere else would be more appropriate. Then it's more visible as you're driving, as you're walking, as you're doing, running your business in Federal Way. People get to see it. It's interesting also, there's other flags that I've never thought of, and you had mentioned, one would be the Indian tribe flag, that I think is very important. And the sister city flags I had never thought of. And that could be something while there are here, it doesn't have to be flown all the time, but it could be their New Year's maybe, and then while they're in town, when they have delegation here, or like with our, from Korea, we've had students come in, so it'd be great for them to see their flags. But some of those could happen at City Hall when we have special occasions. So maybe there's 2 different locations or multiple locations that we could do this at. But changing the policy, yes, I would like to see it changed because I want it to go back to, or to have more flags than what we currently have. And so I think that's why we're having this conversation, because the policy that happened in October, not all of us agreed to. And again, it doesn't have to be unanimous, but I think we should talk about it and discuss it, and then come up with whatever the council as a whole wants to do. So.
Thank you. Councilmember Hamilton.
I think that you're correct, Lydia, that, Councilmember, that there wasn't agreement last time that it was voted on, but I don't think there's going to be an agreement this time either. And so we just have to figure out what the majority on the council wants. What I am hearing, though, very clearly from legal counsel is if we push a policy decision to a commission, they are going to have a difficult time defending that action in court. And that's my concern. So we have a policy now. I think what's best is to have them advise us on what they think about the current policy. Is that fair? Is that defensible? Or is there even issues with that?
Again, we want to steer the city's policy to ensure that we're in the world, in the realm of the government speaking. And in this particular scenario, the reality that we live in is right now, the government speaking comes from either the council or the mayor, because y'all are the elected officials. And to solicit input from the public on kind of the people's feelings is one thing. Ultimately, the council, though, has to be the ones that makes the hard decision on what flags are going to fly. And potentially, some members don't want certain flags to fly, and other members want other flags, and some members want only the ones that we allow currently, and we don't need this to be a unanimous decision. That's what makes crafting this a challenge, because, 5 of you may agree with a flag X to be flown, and then 6 of you don't agree with flag Z to be flown. And then only 4 of you agree with this other flag, and there's 3 people that are upset. And that's the challenge with this, and I think that's honestly why council punted to the mayor and the previous policy, and just kicked it for mayoral proclamations, because it essentially was through the executive government speaking what the mayor's office was going to get behind, right? The other thing I think that you really have to keep in the back of your mind is there are good faith actors who really want to see a certain flag to be flown, but we always have to guard ourselves against the bad faith actors, right? And there are elements of the public that kids call it trolling. They're going to make crazy requests.
Yeah.
And the policy needs to be drafted in a way that ensures the government can speak in a way that is not going to create more problems, right? And I think a good example, would be we want to make sure the policy is written in a way that when it comes to government speaking, that we're never in a position where the Confederate flag can be flown or something truly offensive, or maybe not like on the extremes offensive, but just enough to where the public's like, ooh, I don't know about that. I mean, there are certain country flags at the moment that are very politically charged, right? And there are elements that are really for certain flags and elements that are against that flag and for the counter flag. And the challenge is to ensure that the city is in a position where it's not put in a position to be engaging in viewpoint discrimination, right? Councilwoman Hamilton made a comment about that earlier, and that's spot on. We need to be able to ensure that whatever policy it is, council has vetted that whatever flags are flown or flags that a majority of council, doesn't have to be unanimous, but a majority of council say, yes, I am speaking not as an individual here, I'm speaking as an elected representative of the city of Federal Way, and that flag, as a majority of vote, again, not unanimous, but the majority of council can get behind that particular flag. For fear of rambling late in the evening, I guess I'll leave it at that. But the point is, we need to ensure that we don't put ourselves in a position where we're dealing with, the Westboro Baptist Group, for instance, is well-known for pushing the envelope, hoping someone responds, usually physically, but or as a city saying, okay, no, you can't be here, kind of thing. So those are the types of bad faith actors that we just want to make sure the policy is guarded against, to where we're just focused on what the government is choosing to speak or not speak, and avoiding running into the challenging scenario where we're flirting with viewpoint discrimination. And when you're at the initial part of the policy, it's easy to go, well, we would never have to worry about that because we're just dealing with the Irish flag or the Pride flag or Juneteenth, and some people may disagree with those flags, but overall, they're not as politically charged as others. But what happens when we do get one of those really politically charged Confederate flag or the Nazi flag, or choose your hot topic issue that the council's like, well, we don't want to, that's beyond the pale. We're not going to engage in that. So I'll leave it at that, but I think we just need to make sure that we're putting the city as elected officials in the best position to defend the policy, enforce the policy, stick to the policy, and ensure that the city can defend that position.
Yeah, and I just want to say, to my colleagues, I am looking at this issue strictly from a legal standpoint. And, you're right about, I don't think any of us want to see any of those kinds of offensive flags that were just mentioned flown at City Hall. I don't think we've ever flown anything like that. At the same time, the mayor brought up, because I had asked at the retreat, about what flags he had denied. And he mentioned that he had denied a couple flags, a Palestinian flag and I think Israeli flag, he said. And he mentioned that he didn't want the city to get involved in making a statement on a foreign war. Mm-hmm. But then we did fly the Ukrainian flag. And but they are also in a foreign war. So if you take that argument and use it on one side, and then you're not going to argue the same thing for the other. Again, I'm looking at this from a strictly, legal argument here, not emotional, because I support Ukraine. I support Ukraine 100%. But again, now we're making a statement on a foreign war, and I brought that up at the retreat, and I just, being the diverse community that we are, knowing that we have Russians and Ukrainians here, how does that make Russian people feel? Do they feel included? And I have a concern about that, because I do want everyone to feel included in this community. We are such a diverse community. I don't think we could ever do enough to make people feel included in this community. And that's why I asked about the proclamations, because if we keep the policy the way it is now, I do want to make sure that we have space to celebrate our different communities, whether it's through proclamations, events. I know that Phenomenal She puts on a Juneteenth event every year, and I'm still waiting to hear the details because I know the city has come alongside and been involved in that. Something we definitely want to do, because Juneteenth is the oldest holiday in America. I don't want to stop celebrating that. We need to celebrate that. But again, I think the answer to this is going to be in the community, and that's kind of where I'm at right now. And thank you for, again, explaining this Supreme Court case to us.
Councilmember Asefa Dawson, and then Council President Honda, and then
Okay, so mine's going to be brief. I think when I say, kick it back to the citizens, a committee, or it's not that they come up with a policy, it's a recommendation like we do with anything, all the other issues and things that we charge them to do. So I don't think we're asking them to come up or craft a policy, because at the end of the day, that's ultimately ours. And I think we can give them guidelines like you just suggested, make sure it's not non-political, or foreign wars is a great way of putting it. And or another plan B or option 2 is leave it up to the mayor to do this. So that's also something where we can just decide to the old ways and have the mayor make that call. So I don't know, it's just, again, this is all discussion, and I think we're discussing it to death, but that would be my.
That's a fact.
Hey,
We agree. We agree, totally.
The other thing is, up until there's 4 votes to change the policy, is a lot of this really, I don't want to call it a waste of time, because it's not, because it's a good back and forth, but until there's at least 4 who are willing to make a change off the current policy, what does that look like? So.
Sorry, which then means somehow that should come to the council where we make that decision before we give it out to somebody else to come up with recommendations, I guess, right?
With a massive caveat of, I'm going to directly quote you, I don't recommend kicking it to somebody else to come up with recommendations for what your policy is going to be when it comes to government speech. So you just got to be very careful. Again, I am beating a dead horse for the last time. I'll just say this one last
Okay.
time. Council has to be the ones to make this call.
Right.
And to punt to citizen commissions, that may be easy to just go, well, we're going to let the public have input here, and they can bring back a policy that they think is appropriate for you to adopt. It will become legally more difficult, not impossible, but legally difficult to defend if and when a flag or a group that's not on the approved list is denied, if we can't, with conviction, show that this has really been hashed out by council and at least 4 members said, yes, this is what the policy is going to be.
So again, my question then is, part 1 to this should be, our next step should be, bring it to council and say, are we keeping the current policy or should we change the policy? I think that's where, because we need 4 votes, like you said. And if that is agreed upon, then I think we do the next steps. Because
And-
council may not agree, we may.
Correct, and then
Okay.
if there is a majority who wants to entertain changing, then again, I think it still comes back to Parks Committee. Everyone's here. So council can debate it in this setting.
Yeah.
whether they solicit comments from the public, as you're the representative of them to kind of see where people are at, and then you go from there. But, as Council President said, we have a current policy. The current policy is, it's the 3 flags plus POW, and then the armed forces flags at the memorial. But yeah, if there's not an appetite to change this, and it's 4-3 potentially, to keep the current policy, then, oh my goodness, let's move on to more business, right? So.
That makes so much sense. Thank you. I'm good now.
I'd just like to say, because it's almost 9 o'clock and we have a really important ordinance to talk about in a second, I hope. We appoint people to commissions so that they can make recommendations to the council. And that's the only thing I would suggest, is that if this were to go to any of the commissions who would like to make a recommendation, they're more than welcome to do that. They're not making policy, but they are chosen to make recommendations to the council, not policy. And I think we all understand that. So saying that, I think perhaps bring this back one more time, but unless there is a will to change the policy as it is now, it's going to stay the same. You need 4 votes to change it. And I don't know that there are 4 votes to change the current policy. So, but I would love to hear from commissions. I'd love to hear, they've been waiting to talk to us about this. Let's get their viewpoint and then just move on.
No, I promise, Council
Oh,
President.
well, thank you. This is only on for information, so we can't do anything right now. It's been advertised as information, so there's nothing we can do further than that, other than we've had a good discussion, but it is policy. We have a policy. I'm wondering if we couldn't get this out of, the government hands. If diversity appears to be the commission that's interested in this, then is there anybody in the Diversity Commission that would be willing to take this to the private sector to see if there's, because if we get it out of government hands and get it into the private sector, would like to sponsor an area that has, and you find funds to put up a flagpole, that could be a solution. I'm trying so that we can be cognizant of the fact that people are very concerned about this, but I have no desire to have the city sued over an issue whatever flag is in front of City Hall. I don't think that's something that we should even get involved in. And so, and I just think at some point we need to stop this discussion and move forward. So, thank you.
Council Member Moore.
Thank you. Councilor Asafa-Dawson, the reason why you might have heard me a little blurt is because I wanted to kind of state that, I actually forgot it, never mind. But our Assistant City Attorney stated it, so I appreciate you stating it. Council President Honda, I appreciate what you said, which is we know that we're the policymakers. And there's a purpose and there's a role for commissions. Let's utilize that. I'm a believer that we have a legal department for a reason, and that's to work with us as policymakers to ensure that we stay out of harm. And I think, I'm a firm believer that we can craft something together that would put us away from that a good part of the time, I think anything we do, I won't say that, but I think I like the idea of coming to next month, even though I don't want to rush this, and come up with some ideas and see if there's any appetite for that. I think here's the thing: is I think if the policy stays, it's going to change at some point. It's going to change. So my point in saying that, maybe. And my point in saying that is let's come together and come up with a compromise together, and let's work on this policy. I mean, I think at the end of the day, that's what I have. I mean, I have a whole bunch of different notes here, but I know that I'll come to this meeting next month and we'll have some ideas to add, and I hope that can gain support. I hear, maybe I'm mishearing, that there's no desire to change the policy. Right. And so what I'm urging my colleagues is come with an open mind and let's take things and let's craft something together. We're policymakers. And I think at the next meeting, that's my humble ask, is come with an open ear and let's see if we can craft something, and then let's take it up and vote on that. And if that gets voted down on that, then, okay, I guess it'll go to the current policy. But this was brought up for a reason, and our community members, there are some people that are concerned with it. And I think letting a private group take this on, I think that's punting, So I'm not sure how I feel about that, quite frankly. And I think the other thing that's on my mind is if we're willing to do a proclamation, what is the difference between a proclamation and flying a flag? But we're recognizing, but I think.
Can I answer that? Do you mind?
Well, before you do, just the comment is that we as a city governance are willing to recognize something, and obviously flying a flag sends out a message that we are here for everybody. And I think that's the way I'm kind of viewing it, but go for it.
Yeah, so from a government speech standpoint, there is no difference between the government deciding to fly certain flags or to issue a proclamation for celebration or a cause or remembrance or whatever it may be. They're both the same. They're just one's either written or spoken and the other is a symbol that's on a flagpole, right? They're both government speech. The issue is, at what point does the government choose to do that speaking? And that's where the policy has to be. And I will inevitably rehash old ground, so I'm going to stop there. But that's where we are, so.
All right. Councilmember Walsh.
Hopefully this will be it. So it sounds to me like you're concerned that if we ask a commission to come up with a policy, and then we were to adopt that policy, that we could possibly be on legal shaky grounds. However, if we didn't ask that commission to come up with the policy, but they independently came to us and said, hey, these are our suggestions, but if we weren't asking for it, would that relieve us of being on shaky grounds?
I think it would depend on what exactly is being recommended. And we've talked vaguely about recommending a policy or having policy recommendations. I guess the question to you would be, if you were to ask the council or the commissions for assistance on this, what exactly are you asking of them? Are you asking for a list of flags or holidays that you want to contemplate engaging in government speech? Are you talking about, we're going to come up with some other flagpole somewhere else on government property, and there's going to be these requirements for when a flag is flown? So I guess that's my question, is what exactly are we wanting to ask of the Diversity Commission or any commission for input on? I get the feeling you're wanting, really at the end of the day, you guys want to know what flags are going to be part of the policy. Is that correct? Or is it more, well, we want flags to be flown for 7 days and they have to submit applications and all sorts of stuff like that? I mean, what exactly is the goal with, or the idea or desire of engaging with the Diversity Commission? Because if it's just getting public input on what flags or causes the public is interested in as the elected officials, then speaking to those causes, again, I think just having them come and say, hey, we support the Irish flag, the Pride flag, Juneteenth, we support these other flags, and then council then debates amongst yourselves, okay, well, these 3 or 4, we can get a majority to support. It may not be unanimous, but we can get a majority of council to support these 3 or 4 flags. I'm not answering your question, am I?
No,
I think you're
I'm
asking-
just, I mean, like I say, I'm perfectly satisfied with our present flag policy, but I don't want people to feel that we are deliberately not listening.
I think, to answer succinctly your question, you soliciting public input on what the issue is one thing, because ultimately, the council still has to make that decision. So the public's allowed to speak to this, to voice their concerns, or say, hey, what about, this flag? But ultimately, again, from a policy, whether it's what flags the city's going to fly or the circumstances that they're flown by, it really needs to be debated amongst this group here and then make a decision afterwards.
To answer your question. Yeah.
Councilmember Moore and then Councilmember Coachman.
To answer your question, when I brought this up to the retreat, my intention was for us to see if we can come up with a compromise and rewrite the policy. And then, once we had that policy, whether we take action, I assume we would take action, and then give the directive to say, all right, let's take this to the commission. The commission now have the new policy, and they can make a recommendation, right? And then we would vote on the final product, based off, and after we deliberate their recommendations or thoughts. That was essentially kind of my thought, is that like Ryan said, we have to start a document, essentially. And my goal was to rewrite the policy, and then, I'm starting to repeat myself now, but at least something's coming from here first.
Correct.
For them to discuss, like Ryan said at the retreat. It's not for them to have a blanket of conversation of whatever in terms of flag policy. It's, we would have to direct them, to come up with a recommendation based off of what we're giving them. Something like that.
Yeah, and I think overall that's fine, but again, starting with the policy here, the council, at the council level is where it should be. To the extent commissions or the public have input is one thing, but ultimately, this is a policy to govern y'all's decision on what that ultimate policy is, so. Yeah, correct, yeah, obviously.
All right. Councilmember Coachman.
Just a quick legal question. So if you're saying we could be sued over the flag policy if we had it on this government property, couldn't we be sued on another piece of government property because it's the flag policy that we're being sued over on government property?
Yeah, the policy would have to be applicable to government property.
Any government
Yeah, so again, this doesn't impact private citizens or a private,
No, but it's our
Entity
policy
is-
on government property.
correct.
Correct, yeah. So we're going to be on safer grounds if it's in the hands of a private entity. And if the Diversity Commission wanted to come up and take on that project, it appears to me that that would solve the problem, so it would get the city out of legal liability, but in my opinion.
Potentially, we'd probably want to vet that a little bit more, but if it's all private actors, then we're not worried about First Amendment issues. I think the one thing just flying off the cuff that would make me a little bit nervous is if the government through a commission is in partnership with that private actor. That would be a little bit of that would be problematic potentially, but if it's, we're not worried about private actors doing private actions, right? So that's.
They just become private actors on private property, go for it. Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you, Adam, for this wide overview.
You're very welcome.
We really appreciate it. I am, the next one I promise will be short.
We all hope so, right?
Yeah. So tell us what you know about approving the massage business ordinance.
I think next month, this issue, it's going to be short.
Thank you for bringing this forward. I'm very glad to be discussing this.
You are very welcome. I know police have been itching for this for quite some time, so I think we're all very happy to have it before you. So tonight, the policy question before you is, should the council enact a new massage business ordinance? The purpose of the ordinance is to add a new chapter, 12.65, to the Federal Way Revised Code in order to provide the police with additional tools to investigate and prosecute illicit massage businesses, prostitution, money laundering, and human trafficking schemes, while also protecting legitimate business owners, massage practitioners, and the general public who utilize these services. So what does the proposed ordinance require? It'll mirror state law requiring that massage therapists be properly licensed by the state. It will require owners and managers to ensure that their employees are properly licensed by the state. It requires a valid license to be conspicuously displayed for easy verification. It prohibits internal warning systems, on a caveat that does not prohibit like an ADT, to be clear. This is more of a, hey, the police are outside, so hide the evidence. So it prohibits those internal warning systems. It regulates the hours of operation for massage businesses to be between 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. It prohibits the locking of the front door during business hours, and it prohibits cash transactions. So the options before you are forward the proposed ordinance to the April 21st, 2026 council meeting for first reading, or do not forward the proposed ordinance and provide direction to staff. The mayor's recommendation is option 1. And with that, I will answer any questions, and Deputy Chief Jones is also here as well to provide any insight from the police department.
Council President Honda.
Thank you. So I spent some time going over this last night, and I have some questions. It talks about proper licensing. I'd like to know who is going to check that. The internal warning system.
So the proper licensing, if I can back up a little
Sure.
bit. Back in 2007, the state did essentially preempt local units from engaging in additional licensing requirements for massage practitioners. And the idea by the state was, look, legitimate massage practitioners are just like any other medical professional, and we don't need to have massage practitioners in Federal Way have to jump through more or less hoops than massage practitioners in SWIM, right? So they said the only ones who are going to be really licensing the massage practitioners are the State Board of Health. So that's who will be licensing them. The idea of the ordinance is to have those licenses be conspicuously displayed for both the customers as well as if the police are doing an investigation to quickly ascertain, is the license that's on the wall for John Doe who's doing massage therapy? And also, is that massage license valid? Is it to ensure it's not faked or fraudulent or expired? When it comes to who will check that, the steps, this could be more of an internal policy with PD, but they could jot down John Doe's information when they're checking the license, and then there's a way through the State Board of Health's website to cross-check those license numbers to see if those licenses are valid and active. When it comes to the internal warning systems, we have done our utmost to try to avoid infringing upon legitimate business owners and legitimate massage therapists. So we're really trying to not impact their operations. The internal warning system is something that we want just to say, hey, this isn't valid, but CD is not going to be going in to do business inspections if that's your question. It's really just more of a, as it happens, it'll be a charge that's tacked on to the bust essentially. So
if, I don't know how many years ago I asked somebody in the police department if they could go into a massage parlor to check for for something. And I was told they could not go in unless they suspected that something illegal was happening inside. And so my question is, if we're going to require these things, which I think are all good things, that there are no cash transactions, that they have to have a license, that they can't have the internal warning system, all great things. I don't want to have an ordinance that we're not going to be able to enforce. I want to make sure that the massage establishments that we have throughout the town, which we have quite a few, that they follow the ordinance. And so someone is going to have to be checking to make sure that each massage establishment knows about this ordinance and is going to be following it.
I think a major component of this is to have a tool for the police's undercover officers to, when they're doing their undercover operations. And Deputy Chief, I think maybe if you could speak to how this assists those operations, and then I'll circle back to your other question.
Okay.
As we do enforcement operations at these 40 different massage parlors, illicit ones that we've done an inventory on and have found, that'll be one of the first things we look at when we do an operation is the licensing.
So when you say you do an operation, do you suspect that something illegal is happening, so you go into it?
Yes. Or be outside of it conducting surveillance. Several different options for doing investigations.
So they would have to have a business license, correct?
We're talking about massage licenses. Business licenses, yes,
Yes, well,
potentially we could look at, but
so-
we're looking at for the specific massage,
Right.
illicit massage providers.
So if they have to redo their business license every year, then could they not have a checklist that they have these things done, that someone has checked through these things?
I don't see why not. I'm not familiar with the business licensing provision, so
I just want it to be enforced, that's all.
that'll be one of the first things we look at.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Can you go back to the screen that had the enforcement mechanisms?
This one?
Yeah. Okay. So as far as these enforcement mechanisms go, that's where the gap in the state law is, right? Is that what we're doing here?
Correct. I think a lot of cities recently, in the last couple of years, Olympia did this, I think, back in the fall as well, kind of recently. So there is a gap here between what the state is able to do and what we need, coupled with also the state also has limited resources to be actively inspecting all of these massage parlors. And I think what they do, they rely a lot on citizen reports of complaints. You know, like, hey, I went to the corner massage business and some shady things happened and I'm making a complaint, right? And that generally would trigger something from the State Department of Health. I think that also is something that triggers PD's investigation as they get reports of some illicit activities happening. What we strove to do is really not to impact as much as possible the day-to-day operations of the massage businesses. We had an iteration that was really heavy-handed on the regulations, all the way down to where the linens are stored. And that just seemed entirely too onerous, especially since the focus of this ordinance is really on the criminal elements in the city. We're not really trying to make life harder on the business owners and massage therapists who are doing everything the right way. Really what we're striving to do here is to give PD some extra tools to assist in their investigations. I would imagine, without divulging too much, there's certain things that our undercover officers are looking for to build a case, to then get a warrant to do a full takedown, right? So some of this stuff is designed for those operations in mind, while also trying to throw as much roadblocks in the ways we can for the bad actors who are engaging in money laundering or human trafficking. So this is a way to try to give police more tools to regulate these illicit businesses and try to, trim the number down from 40 to 0, so.
So So the people who are tasked with the enforcement, is police, would it also be code enforcement?
It could be, a lot of code enforcement, is based off of citizen complaints. Hey, I've got a neighbor who's doing X, Y, and Z or something, and then that triggers CD to go out. We can work with that internally on how the two departments want to work hand in hand to the extent they do. The issue is because we're dealing with a closed building, we can't just kick the door down and start ruffling through their stuff, right? So we have to have a warrant to do that. The State Department of Health does have the ability to go in and inspect these locations. And I think that's going to be something that we'll be doing a little bit more as well. But even if the owner says, where's your warrant? The state has to then exit the building and go get an administrative warrant to come back to finish their investigation. So part of some of this stuff that's in here is what we want them to do, but from a day-to-day enforcement standpoint, are we going in to check that 0 of the massage businesses have an internal warning system? I would say we're not going to send code enforcement in there to prove a negative. I think it's more just as we do a bust, it's just something that's out there. Your legitimate massage parlors and businesses are not installing these internal warning systems. The bad actors they're bad actors. They don't care what the law is. They're going to do whatever they want anyway. So, to the extent we include this in the ordinance, could they still install an internal warning system? Sure, they probably will. But then when the bust happens, that's just yet another thing that gets tacked on to any kind of charges. So
looking at all of these things on this list here, I don't see anything that would, like in the legislature, new laws will have like a fiscal note. So I don't see anything that would be financially, more for the city. I don't see anything that would cost the city anything, correct? And it doesn't look like anything would cost the business anything extra to do any of these things, right?
I don't foresee anything. I mean, arguably the operation hours changing may have an impact on some of the businesses. When I did a survey of the legitimate businesses, the majority of them, all but 2 or 3, close at 10. So, and the other ones were closing at 11. But out of 12, it was a smaller percentage.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that arguably could have some impacts to a de minimis number of business owners by, limiting their hours by an hour. Other than that, I don't think there'd be any fiscal impact, but then again, I'm not a CPA and I'm not a financial advisor, so I can't speak to what those impacts may be.
And so, from what I understand, this is to help our police build cases and to crack down on human trafficking. Is
Correct.
what it is, which is an important thing to do. Yeah, because a lot of those people are in a very, very bad situation, and they need to get out of that situation.
And I think the goal here is also, it's beyond just countering the human trafficking component to this. It's also, it protects the public from getting massages from people who don't know what they're doing as well. And then it in turn protects legitimate business owners as well, because you could inadvertently be going to one of these, you're not going there for the illicit reason. I found a place online that's got good reviews. I went there to get a massage, but instead of going to a legitimate business, you went to one of these illicit businesses, and maybe they didn't offer you any of the criminal offerings, but you still didn't spend your hard-earned money at a legitimate business. So, this also protects business owners as well, so.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Coachman.
Thank you. I know a business owner, Commander, Deputy Chief, that has told me repeatedly that the massage parlor next door has women that they never see come or go, that they are there, but how do they report that?
they can report that to our non-emergency line, or if they see something that's dangerous, maybe some kind of argument out front, they can report it to 911.
Okay, so with this new ordinance, it might help get some action at that massage parlor.
For sure. The information would be turned over to our Special Investigations Unit.
Thank you.
Councilmember Walsh.
With enforcement, how is this really different than than the county health inspector coming into a restaurant and saying, hey, let's see the health permits for the employees?
It's not any different. Again, it may be a little different, but overall, no, the idea there is the same. I mean, the police are allowed to be in common areas, so the idea here is to have the licenses displayed in a way that we can quickly check off everyone who's there is properly licensed, has been licensed through the state. Those licenses are active and valid and not suspended or revoked. Now, whether police do that right then and there, or if it's more, we're going to gather data and then they're going to go pull those numbers, I'll leave that for internal policy and how they're going to handle that. But now to give them the tool to quickly cross-check or more easily cross-check who is properly licensed and who isn't. And I think ultimately, I don't want to put words in Deputy Chief's mouth, but I would imagine they have an idea of where they need to be focusing police efforts on combating this, and that's where their eyes are going to be focused when it comes to enforcement, so.
Yeah, because it seems to me like we're kind of overcomplicating it here. That, I mean, it's, instead of having police set up, almost a sting type thing, and then these being violations that they can make extra charges. I mean, it seems like it's just a matter of police or code enforcement walking in and saying, oh, hey, yeah, I don't see your license here. Is everybody working here? Are they licensed? And if they're not licensed, then shutting them down, just like a health inspector would with a restaurant.
I think that's generally the idea, coupled with assisting them with their undercover operations as well.
So it shouldn't be restricted just undercover, but it should be able to be even code enforcement going in and saying, hey, it's not here.
Well, if you think this is more complicated, you should have seen the first draft. So we really have pared it way back to really just kind of the meat and bones of kind of what really can assist the police.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it'd be pretty simple to enforce.
Yeah.
I mean, either they have a license
or
they don't have a license.
Correct.
And each person there needs to be licensed.
Right.
And so it seems like that we'd be able to shut down the illegitimate operations pretty quickly. On your whereases on the ordinance, it seems like there should be one word change. For example, whereas there exists unlicensed massage therapist operating in the city of Federal Way, seems like it should be unlicensed massage practitioners, maybe. I mean, they're really not therapists.
I am 99% sure that the RCW refers to them as therapists, but
Okay.
I believe that's where that language was being pulled
All
from.
right, but anyway.
We can change it if you want it to be changed. But
No, I mean, if it seems like it'd be more accurate if it were said practitioners rather than therapists. But if the RCW says it should be one way, then, hey, we do what the RCW says. The other thing, it doesn't say what is for violation, what is the penalty?
So it depends on which violations it is. So there are some that are gross misdemeanors. Those would be the ones when we catch them practicing without a license. Failures by the owners and managers to properly ensure employees are properly licensed. And then a failure to conspicuously display valid licenses, or if they're displaying invalid licenses. Like if they just print off Joe's massage school of whatever, and they have that nonsense up on the wall, that's not a valid license. So those are the criminal penalties. The civil penalties would be the installation of a turn warning system, operation outside of permissible hours, blocking the front door during normal business hours, and cash transactions. Those just felt more like they should be civil infractions versus criminal penalties. So.
And then, Okay, and then one other question, it's in here, it refers to, says the amount of a civil infraction under this section shall be the same as a civil penalty. What's the difference between a civil infraction? I mean, what does that mean?
Yeah, so we point back to chapter 1.15. So the monetary penalties, the language there is a monetary penalty shall accrue for each day or portion thereof that each violation continues beyond the date set in a notice and order. The maximum penalty and default amount shall be 100 for the first violation, 200 for a second violation of the same nature or a continuing violation, $300 for a third violation of the same nature or continuing violation, and $500 for each additional violation of the same nature. We just wanted to trying to be consistent with what those civil penalties are. So instead of putting in a specific one here, we wanted just to tie it back to the overall scheme under chapter 1.15, and that way it's all the same. And if we amend chapter 1.15, then it's applied to all of them versus having the risk of having one scheme under 1.15 and then another scheme under 12.65. So we just refer within the Federal Way Revised Code to where those penalties are.
Okay, all right. I guess we're only seeing the 12.65 stuff. And we don't-
Correct.
We don't have printed out the,
Yeah, sorry, and
okay.
I
all right.
should have.
So
probably-
that makes sense. but
Correct, we're
not
just,
seeing the
we're
whole-
pointing to
okay.
our current code on what our
Oh,
civil
okay.
penalties
All
are.
right, sounds
so-
fine. Sounds great. Thank you.
Council President Honda.
Oh, thank you. I just want to suggest that if this ordinance passes, that we take a letter to every legitimate massage establishment with the ordinance so that they see what the ordinance is. And that way, at least someone can walk into the door, kind of have a quick look around and hand the letter to whoever is there. And we'll get an idea of what kind of business might be running out of that establishment. And I'm sure that those that are legitimate would appreciate this ordinance. How are they going to know if there's an ordinance I'm sure that they're not watching what the city of Federal Way does. It's just a suggestion.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I think that the challenge with that would be, we know there's 40 illicit massage parlors. I do not know how many legitimate businesses there are. If we walk in the door with certain massage parlors, but we miss a handful, that could be a problem as well. I mean, the city, we advertise these things when they're up for adoption. I can get with the mayor's office to see what kind of communication they would like to do.
I certainly don't want to cause work for our staff.
I think that
But
may be fairly laborious if we're talking about going in, and even mailing could be a little bit time intensive to try to track them all down, coupled with what happens if we miss some.
Well, I do think that they need to be informed that we've done this, so.
No, I hear, I mean, that's a concern. I guess I would just say we don't always do one-on-one service with everyone that gets regulated, right? Ultimately, practitioners do need to make sure they're aware of changes to the law, so.
I understand that. I think maybe mailing a letter to as many as we know that exist. We will always miss somebody or something.
Yeah.
But if we do our best to inform as many of these businesses as we can, if they have a business license, it would be pretty easy to figure out who to mail a letter to.
I would have to talk to CD to see how they store their data. I don't know if there's a code that highlights them as a massage business, because I'm sure they've got, how many businesses do we have in the city? Thousands, right? So, I mean, it could be, if there's not a notation that it's a massage business, that could be quite laborious to go through and find them. But again, I don't know what their internal systems are to see how they would, be able to search that, but.
All right, well, just an idea.
Sure.
Councilmember Asefa Dawson.
Yeah, mine is not a question, but to answer yours, it says massage therapy for their education. So you wanted to change it to,
Well, no, I mean, the legitimate ones are massage therapists.
okay.
The illicit ones,
Mike,
the illicit
Oh,
ones. should-
Mike.
oh. The legitimate ones are massage therapists. The illicit ones, it should be labeled as massage practitioners or something, not therapists,
should be,
because they're not licensed therapists. So anyway,
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying there. It's in the whereas, I don't think it would require a change, but,
anyway, just so. With this, I think there'll be a lot of, I've had a lot of constituents very concerned about this, and I've approached legal and stuff, and well, there'll be a lot of citizens very happy when we pass this.
All right,
Yeah,
please continue.
mine was more of a comment, I think. So I was looking at the definitions and looking for the education of what's required. However, I think I answered my own question. In other words, they won't get their license unless they have what is required for them to get the license. So I think that takes care of what I was thinking.
correct, yeah, we're not allowed to regulate their licensing to become a licensed massage therapist. That's been preempted by the state. So the state handles getting them licensed, so.
Yeah, so I think, yeah, that answers my question. And then, to your point, if there was a letter going out and you're saying they should go out to licensed places, so one, how do you know the difference if they're all getting some kind of a license illegally, right? And then there's exemptions to it also, like doctors and chiropractors and whatnot, so do they get the letter?
I
If
think
the
that's
letter
another
goes out.
challenge to do it.
if we expect someone to follow an ordinance, then we would send them the letter.
Even when they're exempt from, what is it, exemptions are,
We're exempting, I think, doctors' offices.
Doctors' offices and stuff, yeah.
Hospitals,
right.
So we would not need to
Chiropractor.
send them a letter if they're
So we're
exempt.
sending it to everyone is what you're saying, okay. All right, well, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Hamilton.
Do we typically send letters to businesses when we change things that might affect them?
I have been here for just 16 months, so I can't speak to past practices before then, but since I've been here, I'm unaware that we do that policy. But
I'm only asking because I just want to make sure we're not setting a new precedent.
that would be yet another concern with doing it. I understand and appreciate the
Yeah.
concern by Council President, but I do think that would be,
Another idea is, I think it is important for people to know when something's going to affect them. Another idea is, I would imagine the Federal Way Mirror would be interested in a story like this, and they could get the word out. I mean, that's what the media does, so, and, you know, it could be part of their story on how the city is combating human trafficking, because it's a real issue here, and people don't see it as much anymore because it's moved off the streets now to online and you know, things like this. So it would be a great way to get the word out, to send it to the media, and, you know, if they're listening, that's my idea.
All right, looks like we are all finished with comments. Is there a motion to move forward the proposed massage business ordinance to a public hearing and first reading on April 21st?
I move to forward the proposed ordinance to a public hearing and first reading on April 21st, 2026.
Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. The motion is passed. Any other business for the good of the order? Hearing none. The next meeting of the Parks, Recreation, Human Services, Public Safety Committee will be May 12th, 5 p.m. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you to my colleagues.
You give us time to think. goodness.